Hey guys, there's nobody here. It's just me. Well, I guess some people will probably trickle in. I said 220, right? I thought I said 220. Well, court is not back yet. Oh, wait. My computer's doing that thing where it's supposed to be playing, but it's not playing. They might be back yet. Nope, they're not back yet. Now live on my channel. Why do they send me notifications that I'm live? The Discord just sent everybody. As the gravel, as the gavel drops, is the Discord. Judy texted me. It's 2:15. And she's not here. And my phone is dying. Okay, as the gavel drops, I meant to copy and paste that so I can just copy and paste it and throw it in the chat. It is... See, the thing is, I have 2 Discord accounts. And I don't know how to consolidate them. So if anybody out there can help me figure out how to fix my Discord, because Toxic Orchid, bless her heart, she DMs me on the one, well, the one that where I have as the gavel drops is on the one that's on my phone. It's not on the one that's on my computer. So when she sends me links for As Gavel Drops for me to share with my viewers, I can't just copy and paste them and put them on here because... Oh, wait. I can put them on my... Let me see if I can do it this way. Let's see if I can do it all on my phone. Because I am just bad with Discord. Well, now I lost it. Whoa, sound. Oh, look, it works.
Yes, great. Okay. Whenever they're ready.
I did a thing. Cool. 5 more minutes, Belle. I have French fries in the air fryer for me and the dogs. Yay, there's my. I hope there's something more exciting than there was this morning because I was falling asleep. I forgot to pull up my channel.
All right, please be seated.
Hamilton, that is fine.
I borrowed the suit from the guy.
Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. I'm glad you're back. Okay, so where we left off, as a reminder, because we left off sort of right in the middle here. You had explained to the jury that the green circles or pie shapes from this point forward are going to represent Miss Pace's phone.
Yes.
And the red is going to represent Mr. Chen's phone.
Correct.
In this location, just a brief recap, this map indicates Miss Pace's travel from her parents' house on 1122 to Tremont Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there other evidence in this case file that also corroborated that travel?
Yes, ma'am. There's some video looking across the street.
This is State's Exhibit 128. Is this the video you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time of this video, was Miss Pace's phone travel corroborative of the location of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that picture
And
so
my
dark?
Chevy,
And the My Chevy app, that's correct. So, and the My Chevy app trip. They all correspond with the same timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7. Have you seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
In the early morning hours of 11:23, can you tell the jury where Miss Pace's phone was located?
It is at this coordinate, which is a GPS internal to the phone that's sent it. So it'll be quite accurate, and that is 110 Tremont Street.
Okay, so we're still going chronologically, okay, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
The next time that we see travel from Mr. Chen is when?
It's the next day.
And is it 11:23 or 11:22?
No, we're into 11:23 now. After she arrived was late on 22, and then this pin drop starts in the early morning hours.
That's right, I said that wrong, I'm sorry. So after this event, when is the next time we see Mr. Chen's phone traveling?
I was in the morning.
At some point in the early morning, well, in the morning hours of 11:23, did Mr. Chen's phone travel to the Walmart?
Yes.
To your, from your memory, was that travel around 10:40 in the morning?
I believe it was, yes.
Now, did Miss Pace's cell phone travel from Tremont to Walmart as well?
It did.
Were you able to see Miss Pace's phone and Mr. Chen's phone at the Walmart based on cell hawk information
Yes, ma'am.
that morning?
I was.
Okay, and have you seen this video that is State's Exhibit 18?
Yes.
Does this video corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone location data?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Do you see Ms. Pace in this video?
I do not.
And then again, exhibit 18 is, depicts Mr. Chen checking out at the Walmart. Does this video also corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
Yes. ma'am.
Do you see Ms. Pace in this video?
I do not.
All right, so now we've seen those videos, but this is actually some cell hawk interpretation. We explained to the jury what we're seeing here based on the videos that we just saw and the testimony you just gave.
Yes, and just to clarify, these circles are not like the ones we saw where a tower is that was showing on. These are actually the estimated location from the two sailors of ours, which was T-Mobile in the red and Verizon in the green. Two completely different carriers are both estimated almost identical accuracy and location. And the center of that is the Walmart.
Is this how you were able to testify that both of their phones were at the Walmart around 10:40 to 11 o'clock on
Yes.
11/23?
That and they both leave Tremont and kind of travel together, so it might not be exactly matched, but they're leaving and arriving about the same time.
Thank you, sir. The next slide is around the same time, also near the Walmart. Can you explain to the jury why this looks different, why the red dots are smaller?
We're just at that time and period, there wasn't anything from the face phone, but what's even better is the tiny dots are much more accurate. So they know you're on these arcs by the time it takes the signal to travel, and where the arcs intersect is basically where the estimate should be. And when you start getting these small, it's usually pretty accurate. Like we saw the big circle cover all the Walmart and some surrounding stores. Now we're in the parking lot.
When the arcs intersect, you said that is when we can have a better idea of exactly where the
Yes.
parties are.
Yes, it's not always 100% accurate, but the one thing to remember, you have to be in the coverage of that antenna on that tower, so you're not going to be way on the other side of town. It might put you in the wrong parking lot, but it's not going to put you way on.
But the lines you would testify are arcs from the towers.
Yes, that's the range, so that's how they get this. And on the record, you'll see like 0.68 miles, it's usually plus or minus 10. And that's how long it took the signal to travel from that tower to the speed of light. They measure it that fast. It's really blink of an eye, but it works.
Will we continue to see the arcs throughout your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so again, at 10:47, you have documented in Cell Hawk, both of their phones are at or near the Walmart, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so let's keep going chronologically. Do you recall where the next location in Hamilton County Mr. Chen's phone travels to?
I believe he went up towards Sutton Creek.
Do you know, sir, how many minutes it would take for a vehicle to drive from Walmart to Sutton Creek Road?
Just 5 minutes. I'm guessing. I didn't actually measure that one, but this is the Walmart. And you literally just have to go up to this road right here and turn. It's very close.
So we see those little dots again, is that right?
Yes.
And is that indicative of pretty reliable, more accurate location tracking?
It is, except that's a very steep canyon with the river cut through it. And the tower is up on top of that mountain. And sometimes if you're out working on one case in that area, the signal will actually bounce off of one of the walls and come back, which can put you further away. So like you see these dots up here, that's on the bluff of the mountain. There's no way to get there from that quick. That's where the signal is bounced, so it's measuring the time that's too long. So the average of them, and most of them are on the road, which makes sense. But then all of a sudden they jump up here and back. That's due to that really rough terrain. Again, it's in GPS. So, but you've seen hundreds of cases you start, and like I know of them, that they're going to, some of the long ones are going to be Really, they're on like up on this mountain. There's no way to jump up there. You gotta drive it. A bunch of crooked roads.
So topography can sometimes affect
can.
cell hawk data.
Yes.
Okay. And
Works
then,
much better out in the metropolitan open areas, and when you get up in the canyon, it's tough.
can you again highlight with your pointer where Sup Creek Road is?
So Sup Creek Road starts right here and it goes down on the river, and there's basically a vertical
Ow.
wall of rock, pretty much. It's very skinny down there, and it goes on down. But you just hit the road and then the mountain coming down to it, and water. There's a few houses on either side, but that's about it.
Do you recall at this point where Jasmine's phone is?
It's not showing up at this time.
So what does that mean?
It just means it's not communicating with the network for whatever reason. Could be that it just didn't need to, or it could be turned off. Could be an airplane mode. Could be wrapped in aluminum foil, but it's not leaving a trail at the moment.
If the phone is off, does it leave a trail of location data?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If the SIM card is removed, does the location data, is it erupted?
It is. It is.
I'm sorry, interrupted?
Yes.
Okay. So there's multiple reasons why a phone can go, let's call it, from now on, let's call it going black,
Yes.
right?
That's a good time.
Okay. So that's around 11:05. Can you tell the jury where the next location is that Mr. Chen traveled?
It's back to the Walmart area.
Okay, and do you recall how long he stays at the Walmart area on that time, at that time?
Not off the top of my head, it wasn't very long.
At some point, does he travel back to the Walgreens?
He does.
At what time does he travel back to Walgreens?
I think it was around 11.
Could you refer to your note to
Yes,
refresh
ma'am.
your
I
notes
just-
to
I didn't
refresh your
memorize all those
recollection?
times.
It's okay.
Yeah, I got some notes here. Let's see here. We are up to the original 5 slide. So the next one's 141. I think these slides, you got them out of order in there.
Well, let me just ask you this. We can clear it up. At some point later in the day, is Mr. Chen at Walgreens?
He is. Around 140. 141.
One second, Jeff.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your review, can you see can you point your direction in the screen's direction again?
Yes,
All right, so what is this, what's the jury seeing right here?
that is the Walgreens down on the North Shore, which is underneath those, basically underneath those red circles.
And on that red pie shape over there, what's the time saved?
142. This is probably 5 minutes of information there. I'm putting the time like at the first, but he may say, if you stay there a few minutes, it'll be more circles.
Okay, and then, reviewing evidence in this case, were you able to locate any records that indicate that Mr. Chen was at the Walgreens at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
The state on the screen is State's Exhibit 20. What time in Eastern Standard Time is that military time?
1342 be 142 Chattanooga.
So the Cellhawk records that you've shown to the jury of Mr. Chen being at the Walgreens at 141 are supported by video evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to the 3 o'clock hour when we see Jasmine's phone pop up again. Well, let me ask you this. Where is Jasmine's phone at around 142?
I don't recall where that one was.
You don't recall if it was black or if it was
I
on?
think it was just off at that time because it shows it back up here a little bit.
Okay, so let's go to the 3 o'clock hour. Do you recall at the 3 o'clock hour any activity on either of their phones?
Yes, ma'am, I believe they show back up at the long one. At 350, both of them are actually in the downtown area. In Chattanooga, not much.
Refer to the screen here. What are we seeing on Cell Hawk in the 350 hour? 350, 4 o'clock hour?
So just to orient you, Tremont would be probably right up in here. It's across the river. But this is downtown where we are now. And these two phones are both using similar towers. And it was, what I saw, it traveled from right to left, so heading from east to west. But this phone had been on for a while, and the red one was off, and then right about here, the red one comes on. And both of them show up at the same time in this downtown area. And this is all happening in the 350s. Some of these, those are estimated locations. These are showing the tower, but they didn't have a location.
Is it your opinion that at this time both of their phones are in the downtown area shown on the screen?
It is. They were traveling at about the same time in the same place.
Are you aware of any activity that you found on both of their cellular records around this time?
Yes, ma'am, there's a text message sent about right here.
And who was that text message from and who was it to?
It was from Jason Chen to Jasmine Pace.
At 4:03 p.m., based on your review of the T-Mobile and the Verizon records, Mr. Chen texted Jasmine, "Hey, are we still good for dinner?"
That's correct.
T-Mobile. Approaching me with one piece of paper, if you could review that and tell me if you've seen it before.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is this document from?
It's from the phone forensic.
The
This is forensic download of this.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Hamilton. I've asked you already, but were you able to review the forensic download from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through items on that phone?
I did.
Did it include this item?
It did.
And can you describe for the jury? They're going to see it, but it's in a different format. What format is that?
That's Celebrate. That's the tool that we use to download and the process the data coming out. So this is a Celebrate screenshot of the one page on.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Mr. Hamilton, on the screen behind you, is this what you're looking at?
Yes.
And
Yes, ma'am.
does Celebrate know the time that the text was sent?
It does right here, 16:03 UTC -5, which would be 4:03 p.m. Chattanooga time.
Okay, and at the below, it says body. Is that the body of the, is that the text message?
Yes,
Okay.
it is, and this is who it's too. And then you infer, this is Jason Chen's cell phone, so the phone, they don't populate it there, but it's from him to her. And that's, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?
All right, and in your review of the discovery in this case, did you come across another piece of evidence that corroborates both the location data and the cell phone, the text message
Yes, ma'am.
from the forensic download?
There, yeah.
Showing exhibit 121 to the witness. Now, you can see this text message on the screenshot, but can you explain again why this says Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. and this one would indicate 4:03 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am. The reason is that screenshot was taken later and the phone was cut and no one feel it was on Central Time. So the time, they automatically adjust what time zone you're in as you're driving across the country. So the screenshot itself was taken up there, so it adjusted the times to Central on that phone. But we know it's forensically, the phone does everything in UTC time, so these reports coming off the celebrator are accurate, and the records coming off of the provider are in UTC generally. So that describes that discrepancy just because of where the phone was when the screenshot was made of the message.
Are you able to tell the jury, so you testified, we're going back, you testified that at this time, approximately 3:50 something, that both of their phones showed back up in downtown Chattanooga, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury if Miss Pace's phone had been on immediately before that, or is this the first time you see it back on?
No, it had been on for a little while.
Okay.
His was off and hers was on, and it was driving around the city.
Is it fair to say hers was coming off and on
Yes.
for the first part of the day on
Yeah.
11/23?
It was. It went dark, and then it reappeared and rode around, and his was off, and then his and hers just come on almost exactly the same time.
And to be clear with what you testified to a moment ago, Nolensville, Tennessee is on Central Standard Time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chattanooga is Eastern Standard Time.
It is.
Okay.
And the forensic tools tell you what time zone it's set to, and it was, I guess it was recovered in Nolensville and secured. It was actually processed down here, but it was still in Central Time when the report was made. But the report is always in UTC time, and so I have to go in the report tools and adjust it to what time zone I want, so that you don't have to do a bunch of math.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
After this, did Mr. Chen go back to Sub Creek
He did.
immediately after?
I don't think so.
Went out there twice.
Well, he travels, it's not on that picture, but he kind of travels across the bridge and over to the way.
He goes from downtown, would it have been back to the North Shore, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, it was just a few minutes off.
And did he travel back to the Sub Creek area?
He did.
Okay. What are we seeing in this photo?
So that is that same road we saw to zoom in a little more at Suck Creek. And so that's the body location up at the top, and that's him coming down that road again.
Would this be the second time on 11/23 that he's in the Sub Creek Road area?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, does he then go back to the area of 110 Tremont?
He went to, yes, he goes to Tremont.
Do you recall what time that was?
Not off the top of my head.
It's okay, these records are complex. Feel free to
Yeah,
look at your
sorry, I
notes.
didn't memorize them. It's 5:08 p.m. is when I see them.
Do these records reflect what you just testified to?
I do, and something to point out, see how this group is a little bit north of him. I would, from long experience, and you find it happen to locate, especially missing people by their phone. Those dots all belong down here, they're just on that arc and the inaccuracy of the pivot. I don't believe he was moving because it'll jump in seconds and there's no physical way to do that. So these belong down here just in my profession. He's in there, he's not driving around.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall when, how long Mr. Chen is here in the area of Tremont after 5:08 p.m.?
It was 50 minutes, I think.
Okay, and did Mr. Chen's phone begin to leave the area of Tremont around 6 p.m.?
It did.
In the course of your reviewing the discovery in this case, have you seen this video?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna, this is State's Exhibit 129. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger on the next slide for the jury. You reviewed this video, sir?
I did.
Is it connected to this video approximately 5:59 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Know the rules. Your Aunt Judy wants to see. Your Aunt Judy. Aunt Hillary's here. Uh-oh, please don't crash. Do it up here so they can see you.
And then is there another video, Mr. Hamilton, in which you can see what appears to be Mr. Chen's vehicle leaving Tremont Street?
Yes,
Over
ma'am.
here.
Is that just a couple of minutes later?
It
Over
is.
here.
Is this a screenshot from that video?
Yes, ma'am. That's a screenshot of it.
Did you place that arrow on this?
I did, just to point out where the vehicles at the start out in the video.
And Your Honor, that would still be Exhibit 129. It's from the same video. Do Mr. Chen's phone records corroborate him leaving Tremont at almost exactly this time?
They did.
Can you describe for the jury what we see here on the screen?
So that is the start down in here around 1 p.m. and then traveling. And then 27 highways, most direct route, and by the timing, I believe that's what it took. So that's basically him leaving out and getting up on the highway.
Does Highway 27, can Highway 27 lead you to Sutter Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am. And it can.
Is that the direction in which Mr. Chen's cell phone travels?
I believe so. By the timing, it would almost have to be.
Does Mr. Chen's phone arrive at the Sutter Creek area around 13 minutes later?
It does.
Can you please, again, describe what we're seeing for the jury and show the jury where Sutter Creek Road is?
So this is that highway that we just saw a little lower down here, and you get up, and these again are going to be close. A lot of factors there, but the dots are traveling down the Sutter Creek Road towards the body locations.
How accurate are the dots in this photograph?
The size of them, I don't remember the meters, but it's pretty small. Those are pretty good, but we know he's not driving through the middle of the Comanche plant. So again, this is not GPS, but the average of all of it is pretty accurate. If you're moving fast, it's usually not as accurate as if you're sitting from it. The problem here is there's not as many towers, and the more towers you're involved in the map, the better. And when you get in that canyon, you're kind of on your own with one or two.
She was in the bed all day yesterday.
General travel directions here.
Brown.
Let's move forward to 2 minutes later.
Just be cute.
6:15 on 11:23. Now describe for the jury why this looks a little bit different.
So this is just zoomed, it's zoomed in more. These range rings that are on further out are where I was talking about it bouncing off of the vertical cliffs, and it jumps back and forth. But if you average all that together, then it puts you pretty close.
And you testified about how long it would take to get from Tremont to certain locations, but did you actually look at anything on Google Maps to help the jury understand the distance between certain locations?
I did. I just ran a address from travel trip from point A to point B, and let Google tell me, because they know the speeds and average travel times.
Is this a screenshot from the Google Maps?
It is.
And it shows that it takes how long to get from Tremont to Sutter Creek?
13 minutes.
Does that corroborate the location data that you retrieved from Cellhawk?
It does.
Do you recall what time Mr. Chen departs the Sup Creek area?
It was not long. He was 6:33 p.m. when we leave out of there.
All right, and do you recall, and this is him leaving,
Yes, so these dogs are stuck. There's no good way to do this in court, but that they're laid down consecutively, like in a video, and he's going out now.
okay, so based on this photo, you can tell that he's actually leaving the location of the body.
Yes, so this dog is older than that top, so as you're going that way, which is at 6:33, he's headed out.
Do you recall where Mr. Chen's phone goes from this location?
Goes to the Walmart parking lot in Red Bank, same Walmart we saw earlier.
This is the same Walmart that he was at earlier in the day
Yes, ma'am,
that's nearby, is that correct?
it is.
Okay, and is there, I apologize. Here we are. Tell the jury what we're just in.
Yeah, he was in the area of Walmart. There's a super center down here at the bottom. Again, the dots can get inaccurate, especially like even in that location, they can be off some, but he's near the Walmart.
And do you recall if there's anything significant about Mr. Chen's phone being back at the Walmart again?
There is, because Jasmine Pace's phone reappears at the Walmart.
So when you say reappears, what do you mean?
It's been dark for this whole time period, and now it shows back up.
And can you look at the screen, please?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that represent?
That's the estimated location of Jasmine Pace's cell phone by Verizon, and it's pretty much centered on Walmart, and it's 6:21.
Is this location the last location for several days that you see Miss Pace's phone?
The location is, but not the time.
So, tell the jury what you mean.
I see it again here in a minute, but
Okay,
it's never seen anywhere else after.
okay. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
So
okay.
6:49.
You-
Same location.
A few minutes later, it's detected again near the Walmart.
Yes,
And then does it go dark?
it does.
One second, Judge. Based on Ms. Pace's cell phone records, the Verizon records, were you also able to corroborate that her phone went dark around this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in this photo?
So this is from Verizon. It's part of those records we didn't see. And this tells you a date and time. These numbers, I think we'll go over those in a few minutes, but these are kind of like serial numbers that tell you what phone it is and what model and make. But basically, this is the cell sites. And right there, you notice there's just blanks. Well, there's incoming call or text, and they go nowhere because there's no tower connected because the phone's not on the network anymore. So the activity showing up is actually inbound. And the phone doesn't acknowledge it, so you get this blank, just a blank column.
And you see that the next, under the green highlighting, the next activity appears to be 11/26/2022, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it jumps up to the 26th.
Based on your review of the file, do you know why that would be?
I do, because her family reactivated, they got a new SIM card for that number and reactivated their phone. And so the new activity starts showing up.
After this, do you recall if Mr. Chen's phone went back to the area of Walgreens?
Walgreens, yeah, probably we do.
Sir, do you know approximately how far it is from the Walmart to the Walgreens?
I think it was a 12, 13.
Did you look it up on Google for the jury?
It's on Google. It was
Can you refer to the screen?
9 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
This is just from a simple Google Map search.
It is, that address is right there.
Video.
Yes, ma'am.
And what time would that be in the right-hand corner?
And local code knew that it's 7 p.m.
Exhibit 21, Your Honor. Does this video of Mr. Chen at the Walgreens at 7 o'clock corroborate his cell phone records?
It does.
And at some point, a while later, do we see Mr. Chen back at Tremont?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time he arrived back at Tremont?
I don't, but it wasn't long after that.
In your review of the evidence, were you able to see this video?
Yes.
Would you agree that that person appears to be leaving a building?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a screenshot, is that correct?
It is.
All right, and now we go back to phone records. Did Mr. Chen's phone indicate that he was leaving the Tremont Apartments around this time?
It did.
Around the exact same time that he is seen leaving the Tremont apartment building, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, just a minute later.
And do you recall where he went?
It was the 900 Mountain Creek.
And is there other evidence that you've reviewed that would corroborate his travel to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
There is the camera that's across the street from Tremont. And My Chevy.
And the My Chevy app you
Yes,
said? Exhibit 2, you can see that Exhibit 2 indicates a start time of 8:27 and an end time of 8:45, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
It does.
And were you able to, using his cell phone records, actually map him in the direction of 900 Mountain Creek Road?
I was able to map that. Yes, ma'am.
And then you mentioned this video, this is Exhibit 129 from Arctic camera footage, 11:23. Why is this significant, sir?
Because you can see the Pace vehicle, and I can make out the hat and the hoodie that I saw in the ring camera in the hallway.
It's your opinion that the person in this car is the same person in the hallway at that apartment building?
Yes, ma'am.
This video jumps a little bit, but are we seeing the white Chevrolet pull out of Tremont Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is this a screenshot?
It is. That's when you turn that corner and the colors aren't showing up on the display very well, but you can make out the red in that hat and the gray hoodie.
Do Mr. Chen's cell phone records corroborate that he would be leaving Tremont Street at this time?
They do.
And did you Google map for the jury approximately how long it would take to get from Tremont Street to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
You can look at the screen for me. Approximately how long would that take?
It's a 12-minute trip.
Mr. Chen left the apartment around 8:30. Exhibit 24, have you seen this video before, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this video taken from the Mountain Creek Road apartment buildings?
It is. Right here.
Does that appear to be a white SUV?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, is Mr. Chen's cell phone location data showing that he is in or around 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And then have you also seen the next part of this video that shows what looks like or has been testified to a Prius pulling into this parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
What time does that Prius pull into the parking lot?
8:49.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm associate. 2 documents. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are these documents?
Those are extracted from Mr. Chen's cell phone by Celebrate, and they're pieces of an app. Oh, it's a list app.
Okay,
That's
so-
some remnants of messaging that it's
So these were extracted in a cell phone download, correct?
correct from Mr. Chen's cell phone.
That's why you said Cellbrite, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when you say from an app, what does that mean?
So I'm sure most of us are familiar with smartphones that can install apps, and even if you want to install that app, most of them leave pieces around your phone where they store stuff. And in this particular case, there's pieces of an app for Lyft to get a car ride. And it left some telltale messages, and that's what the
Your Honor, I asked you to move into evidence cases. Now, you just testified to Lyft, 218, Judge? I'll have you look at the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
This would be the first page of Exhibit 218. Now, can you tell the jury, while looking at this, can you describe to the jury what you mean by an app and how we know that it's from the Lyft app?
Okay. The reason we know is it's in this database tells us where it's stored at. It's telling us it was using data on the network. But what's interesting is it's Zim writing. So I learned something in this case. That was a computer nerd, and he wanted to go see his girlfriend in college in California. He couldn't afford it, so he created an app to get people to pick him up and take him to see a girl. And his name was Zimmer. He started that in 2012, and so it was called Zimride for a year, and then they changed the name to Lee. That's a computer programmer, and that's where Zimride came from. So
Okay,
it's still called internally because I guess that was their early software. It's still called Zimride.
and what would the timestamp there be indicative of?
So UTC 5 is Eastern West Chattanooga time, and that is at 2039, which is 8:39 for Montana 31st.
And then the second page of 218 shows the same thing, except now we've got a different time on there. Is that correct?
Yes, this is actually the notification coming in, and it's at 25th, which would be 8:50 p.m. So we're 11 minutes later.
How do you know it's a notification coming in?
It says location feedback notification.
Okay, and where is Mr. Chen's cell phone at 8:50 p.m.?
It's in the parking lot of 900 Mountain Creek on the corner right beside the park.
Does this map reflect that testimony?
Yes, so this is the whole parking lot. And it's showing him right there on the main street.
At this point, does Mr. Chen's phone appear to travel back to the Tremont Apartments?
It does.
How long of a trip again would that be, Mr. Hamilton?
It's 12
It's on the screen.
minutes.
Are you able to tell us at what time both the gray Prius and Mr. Chen's cell phone arrived back at Tremont Street?
Yeah, it was about 12 minutes later. So.
Is there video evidence that
There is,
corroborates
yeah.
this as well?
That same Arctic camera catches it.
Exhibit 129.
Yes, ma'am, 902. We left at 8:50, so 12 minutes. And there's the Prius.
And does this video corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
It does. His records coming around at the same time. And they're stopping and putting the hazard on and letting somebody out. You'll see. You'll see them.
Actually,
That's a zoom of it there.
Yeah, I think this is a video that zooms in on it. Does that person appear to have a hoodie on?
It did.
And at this point in time, are Mr. Chen's phone records showing that he is back at his apartment on Tremont Street?
They are.
All right. The next question I ask you is significant. Where was Mr. Chen's cell phone from this time on 11/23 until midday on 11/25?
It was here.
It was at his apartment
Yes.
the entire time.
Yes.
Didn't go anywhere.
No.
Would you agree that that's basically a day and a half?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified earlier that you testified to the jury what the difference between a SIM card and a cell phone is,
Yes.
correct? Are you aware in this case that Ms. Pace's SIM card was located at some point, and I apologize, this is the slide that shows Mr. Chen back at Tremont, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. Now, are you aware that this was found in Mr. Chen's possessions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is 167-2, State's Exhibit. Have you seen this photo before?
I have.
Have you also seen the forensic report that was extracted by the digital forensics unit
Yes,
from
ma'am.
this SIM card?
I have.
Now you're seeing Exhibit 201 next to Exhibit 167-2.
Correct.
The SIM card report shows that, well, what does the SIM card report show?
So on this slide, what I'm showing is, it's called ICCID, and it's, you can read it there, integrated circuit card identifier. It's all these are, they're like serial numbers. That's what's printed on the outside. That's an ICCID. Electronically, this is extracted by Celebrite, so that nobody types these in there that matches that number. So that tells me this report is on the device that they physically took the picture of. There's only one of these in the world with that number, because your phone would get mixed up with somebody. So you can't have any duplicates. So that tells me this report's valid, and it matches what they found up the nose.
Now, for your purposes, is there another significant number on this forensic report?
There is.
And what is that?
It'll be the, well, two of them actually. So,
This is Exhibit 201 still,
yeah,
Judge.
the MC is kind of an internal number on that card that tells them,
MC, and you're saying
Yeah, that's-
IMSI.
yeah, International Mobile Subscriber Identity. Nah, that's how you show up on their network. You're not the phone number, you're actually an MC, and then they translate. I know it's a little complicated, but another unique number that's only going to be in that card, and it matches. This is from Verizon records. So now I'm looking at to see if the forensic download of the physical card matches the records that were sent by Verizon, and it does, because the entity matches. So now we know the card is the right card, we know we did the right phone, and we know we got the right records. Now, so and there's another number that's coming up.
That's right. It says subscriber MSISDN. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
So that's the Mobile Station International Subscriber Directory number, which we all call my phone number. That's your phone number. So it's right down here, and it's Well, they do the whole thing, it'll always have a one, because the United States is area code 1. But that's her phone number. So that can change on that card. You can change phone numbers on the same SIM card. You can have a SIM card with more than one phone number. But in this case, that's her phone number and that's her number.
For your purposes, is the IMEI also significant?
It is.
All right, let's talk on the screen behind you. Let's talk. What's the IMEI?
So this number is basically engraved into your phone. It has nothing to do with the SIM card. Sometimes it's hidden, but it's on the SIM card holder. But if that is the serial number of your hardware, your phone itself, that's you, the network gets broadcast to the network, and the reason they do that is that's another way to identify you're the right person. But mainly, if somebody steals your phone, you can report it to them. They'll put this IMEI, which is your equipment identity, they'll put it on a list and then we'll let that phone back on the network. So that's very important to identify the physical phone, no matter what SIM card it is.
So to clear this up for the jury, because we've talked about the difference between the phone and the SIM card, are you aware that vehicles have a VIN number
Yes, ma'am.
that identifies the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Is the IMEI basically like a phone's, the physical phone's VIN number?
It is. That's a good way to put it. You can't change it. It's electronically embedded into it. And there's only one in the world, so that identifies the actual phone, no matter if it's SIM card, no SIM card. That way you'll know whose phone it is.
At some point on 11/25, is there something that happens that involves Jasmine Pace's phone based on your explanation of the IMEI?
Yes, ma'am.
And what would that be?
Jason Chen's SIM card gets put in Jasmine Pace's cell phone, and he starts using her nice bigger iPhone 13.
And can you please reverse the screen and explain to the jury how based on these telephone records you know that?
So this is his records from T-Mobile, and here's that IMEI we were talking about, and we have them both from the forensic download and from his records and her records, so I got them 3 different ways. And this IMEI, actually encoded into that IMEI is the make and model, so they can determine that from when it comes in. But that number is unique in the world, and we're right here, you'll see that ends in 2297, and it's iPhone XR. Right here, it turns into 2742. Now you'll see on the other records there's actually a number after. See, that's a check sign. So they're 14 digits. Some of them have an extra digit to check them, but kind of ignore it. His phone changes into an iPhone 13 Pro Max, which is what hers is. And that happens on 11/25 at 2:07 in the afternoon.
So is it your opinion that Mr. Chen on November 25th, 2022 inserted his own SIM card into Jasmine Pace's phone?
Somebody did, yes, ma'am.
Somebody did.
I'm not sure who did it, but they had to physically remove it from the one phone because it was working. And less than a minute later, it shows up in another device. So it doesn't take long to plug them in. I'm sure most of us have done that. Yeah, somebody physically moved it from one piece of hardware.
I thought they said they couldn't
Were
find
you
her
able to
phone.
see at this time, were you able to view at this time Mr. Chen's last location record?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the slide on the big screen
Yeah, it's,
reflective of that?
it is. It's going to be, it's not, the dots are being drifted a little bit, but he's doing North Chin.
Close to Tremont Street?
Yes. Here's, it's hard to see, but that's Tremont, and the dots are, they're floating around in here. And you got, it's 2:07 and 20, and then 2:07, 42. Very last blip from that thing was at 51 seconds, 2:07.
So we're able to see here his last record
Sir, you have a microphone right in front of you. Could you please speak into it? Please.
from his iPhone, and then are you
Yes.
able to see when his SIM card is inserted into Jasmine Pace's phone?
Yes, ma'am, because that IMEI number changes. And
I'm
that's,
sorry, there
oh,
you
yeah,
go.
see, his IMEI, the 97, that's his iPhone, it's been for the entire time. And right in this 1 minute, it changes to what hers has been for this entire time up until this.
Is it about to change on the next slide?
It is. And now we're 54 seconds later, and there is her hardware serial number shows up in his T-Mobile records. The phone doesn't care whose phone it is. When you put that SIM card in, it becomes your phone and your phone number. The apps don't change and that kind of stuff, but the phone, the calls, the texts, and all will go with the number in the SIM card. So he came back up on the network under a minute with his same SIM card, her phone.
And do you know how long his SIM card stayed in her phone?
Actually, I think it stayed in there until 11/28.
The day of November 28th,
Yes, ma'am.
2022.
Yes.
And at some point, using Mr. Chen's location records, 'cause, well, let's clarify for the jury.
Sure.
He's got Jasmine's phone, but his SIM card. So does that mean that we are still able to track him based on his phone records?
Yep, same record. The only thing that changes is the column that says IMEI and the column that says making. Everything else is.
At some point on, I'm sorry, were you gonna say anything? Okay. On November 25th, 2022, at some point does Mr. Chen travel from Hamilton County to Nolensville, Tennessee?
He does.
And is that reflected on the screen?
It is.
Can you talk to the jury about this, please?
This is just zoomed out, and then I let it not erase the dots, so for the entire trip, so you can just see. You know, if you watched it as a movie, you just see it slowly progressing. You know, the highway with that is following the interstate back up to Nashville.
And approximately how long does it take him to get from Chattanooga to Nolensville?
I think that one was about a little over 2 hours.
And did you also look up that trip on Google Maps?
I did.
Is it on the screen right now?
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Would it take approximately 2 hours to get from Chattanooga to Nolensville?
Correct.
Can you see, are you aware of, were you made aware of Mr. Chen's parents' address?
I was. That's actually in the cell records.
And were you able to identify at what time Mr. Chen arrived at his parents' home on November 25th?
Yes, ma'am. It was 4:50.
Can you explain to the jury what we see here?
So this pin is showing their location in Ashburn Fort. And this is saying he's using, at 4:51, he's using this side of the tower. At 4:52, he starts using this side. So I think he's transitioned beyond this line right here, the one that's kind of straight down. And then that dot right there is in the 4:50 time frame. So right around 4:50, he's pretty close to Ashburn.
How long does he stay based on the phone records in Nolensville?
He stays until the 27th.
Where does he go on November 27th?
He comes back to the North Shore in Chattanooga. So this is his travel southbound coming back.
Okay, and then this next slide, what does it show?
That shows the entire travel path. He didn't deviate really, this came straight in.
What area of town does his phone travel back to in Chattanooga?
He's just a little bit west of Tremont Street. Kind of where we call it Renaissance Park, but he never does actually show up right all the way to Tremont, but he's within a few blocks of it.
That would indicate to the jury that you are able to see with quite a bit of accuracy where a phone is located, is that correct?
It is.
Because here you know that he doesn't make it all the way back to Tremont, but you know that he's nearby, is that right?
Correct.
And when we say that you know he is nearby, we mean you know where his phone is.
Phone is correct.
And his phone was just a few blocks from Tremont Street.
Yes.
At let's see, I've got this, 637
Yes.
on 1127, yeah, so go ahead and map it out for the jury.
Here's 110 Tremont, that camera we've been watching right here on the center. And that's just a couple blocks to walk. That phone space over in this area. And we've got a long history of seeing what it looks like when it's at Tremont. It kind of bounces around the yards. So it never does, it never makes it that far. It stays a little bit, block or two.
Are you aware, Mr. Hamilton, of what time on November 27, 2022, the Chattanooga Police Department was able to secure Mr. Chen's apartment?
I think it was 10:30.
Will you refer to your notes and see if you can find it in there?
I think that's still, that's slides, Martin. I don't recall.
Do you
I don't think I
recall?
have that slide. It was late that evening. I remember it was 10, 11 o'clock.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall that it was after this?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what time Mr. Chen's phone leaves, well, Ms. Pace's phone with Mr. Chen's SIM card in it leaves the area of Tremont and North Chattanooga?
Yes, it was around 9:30.
And the jury, if you'll remember, is not from Hamilton County. Can you describe for them where Mr. Chen travels to?
So Davidson will be north up here. It's actually a little bit further than where the Pace family lives. It's up towards that way. It's just north of there. It's a suburb of, kind of blends in with the North Shore, and then it becomes Hickson.
What do we see on this map?
So this is him leaving that area around a little bit west of Fraser Avenue and starting to travel. I'm starting to see movement.
Are you able to see when his phone arrives in Hickson?
I do. It's, like it should be about 10 minutes later, he's in that area.
You would describe Hickson as not too far from the North Shore?
No, it's a short drive, depending on traffic.
Do you recall how long Mr. Chen's phone stays in the Hickson area?
Yeah, he stayed for till 10:15.
You describe for the jury what we see in this photo.
So he's left Hickson to be up here. He's leaving out and traveling back down. There's some gaps here and there. He's traveling back to I-24. So here's downtown and Tremont. And there's the interstate. So he's back on I-24 heading back north.
And then where does Mr. Chen's phone take him?
Eventually he gets back to Nolensville to Ashburn for his parents' house.
Is that where he goes after he leaves Hickson?
It is. He makes I think he makes a few stops on the way.
Does this map indicate his travel back to Nolensville?
It does.
Why would there be that gap in this one?
That basically be the phone's not communicating with the network for the myriad of reasons we discussed earlier. There's a lot, but it's not on, or it's just the battery died and had to recharge it.
And then where does Mr. Chen's phone stay for the remainder of the records?
It stays at Nolensville. It's kind of hard to see, but there's the address of the actual house, and it's almost centered in that estimated location. But yeah, it stays there up through what I saw.
Okay. So, is it your opinion that Mr. Chen's cellular location data matches the other discovery that you have seen in this case?
It is.
The other evidence that you have seen in this
Yes.
case? It is your opinion that Mr. Chen left his apartment on the night of November 23rd, 2022, and drove to Sup Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection leading.
All right, we're done with location data. You testified that you inspected both Mr. Chen's forensic download, correct?
Correct.
How much time did you spend inspecting Mr. Chen's forensic download?
Recently, I probably have 10, 20, I'd say 10 or 12 hours.
Okay. And how long were you able, what amount of time did you spend with his cellular records from T-Mobile?
Probably 50, 60 hours, and a lot of that was actually converting those odd bombs. It was in the standard format, so they played in court and corroborating what a report said. Because I actually went through all the police reports and I kind of built the case myself, not knowing anything about it. I like to do that first and then talk to the detectives and find out what their story is. So I spent a lot of time reading and trying to wrap my head around what happened just from all the notes that are in the scope.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
You want to pull it up? Oh, Mr. Hamilton, I'm gonna rely on your eyeglasses for this one.
Yeah.
And then we'll zoom in for the jury, but I'm gonna ask you to look at this best you can.
Turn the lights on.
Can we turn the lights on? That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I can read it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a page from the cell providers. This is called SMS, which stands for short message, but this is content of text messages. Sometimes we get those, in this case, that's what it happens. Different text messages.
And can you tell whose phone those records are from?
I can, it's from Jasmine Pace's phone because it has MSISDN, which tells me the phone number. It has all those numbers we talked about. So I know this is Jasmine's phone, and this is the content of some of her text messages. So as the date and time we put the message and who it's from, who it's to.
Do you recall reviewing these records?
I do.
Your Honor, as these records be entered as state's next exhibit, granted the Verizon records are already in evidence, but I would like this specific record to be in evidence. Yes, sir. You can keep it up there.
Okay.
All right, let's see, I tried to do it on this time where I can, zoom in so we can help here.
Yeah, that's pretty small.
Oh, wow. I did it. Okay. All right, so are these the records that you were looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And over to the beginning at the left, you'll see message arrival and final disposition. What does that mean?
That tells you what time it came in, and then if the phone was not on the network, like you turned it off, and then you turn it back on, those messages sit in a hopper, and as soon as you turn the phone on, they pop in there. So those times aren't always the same. If they are, it means your phone got the message immediately. Objection, very good.
I'm kind of confused now. I don't know if he didn't explain it well, or if because the sound issues I didn't follow well enough. He took her SIM card out of her phone and put his SIM card in her phone. I was under the impression that he texted her phone with his phone and then texted his phone back with her phone to create the illusion that she was still alive. Was he just using one phone and switching the SIM cards back and forth? I'm not sure what the relevance of this testimony is. I get the pinging the phone and the how long it took to get where and when and all that. But the SIM card in and out of the phone, I don't get.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, one thing, before the bench conference, my colleague reminded me, this actually says T-Mobile SMS content, but is this Verizon SMS content?
It is.
That would be inaccurate, it's actually
It
Verizon,
is.
correct?
That's correct.
That was my mistake. Okay, let's go back here.
Got a computer expert on stand.
That's Apple, I don't do that. Oh, man.
You switch the prosecution on top. Okay, looky there. All right, so here's a larger version of the image, would you agree?
Yes.
And now, let's see, I'll get a pointer. Okay. Over here, would you agree that this is Jasmine's phone number?
Yes, ma'am, that's Jasmine Pace's.
Does this indicate that these are Jasmine Pace's phone records?
It does.
Okay, and I'm gonna draw your attention over here. And Paul, if you could scroll down just a little bit. All right, so we're in the time frame of the 4 o'clock hour. Would that be AM?
So yes, that's actually the correct one, because, and the reason you have to know where a switch is, and that's, but the loose switch, which I'm familiar, that's in Atlanta, so those times are actually accurate. So look to Chattanooga time, because we're both in the same time.
Are these records indicating activity on Miss Pace's phone?
They are, their text messages coming in.
Okay, and can you scroll over general oil? Okay, so in the 4 o'clock hour, what are we seeing on the right?
So this is the content of the text messages. These crazy ones, a lot of them are the emojis, and they have symbols to represent them, which I don't even try to do. But these are just plain English that will show up on the phone. And I'm seeing Truist, which I know to be a bank, codes to get into the account. And there's Credit One Bank, there's Cash Out, there's Truist again. So these are mostly banking apps, and somebody's requesting the passcode to get into it.
Nope.
It's sending it because it's coming from the app on the phone that has the app.
No, I'd ask you to go back. Okay. Now let's go back, those were the Verizon records, let's go back to the T-Mobile records. Are you able to, using the records, are you able to actually search for different types of notifications?
You can, yes, you can search for, in the celebrate report mostly, but you can also do it in the records. You can search for terms. So you can put a word or a number or whatever, and it'll go find it out through whatever the database report.
So if you were to enter the word banana, it might show you where banana is used in those records?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is in Celebrate, is that correct? No, I'm sorry, what you just described, the searching.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes. The other one was actually from.
I'm gonna give you this document. Do you recognize that? Did you, using Celebrate, search for a word?
Yes.
What was that word?
Yes, we're TINDER, Tinder.
Would that, confidently pull up all of the Tinder activity on someone's phone?
Yeah, it will, even if there's, the app's no longer there, there's still a piece of crumbs laying around, and it'll find them, so yeah, I think it would.
Your Honor, I ask that this states exhibit 220.
So,
If you can please turn to the screen. This is exhibit 220. Are these the records you were just looking at?
they are.
All right, we're gonna zoom in. On these records, 11/21, can you see that there was activity on Mr. Chen's Twitter?
Yes, there's some cookies, 11/20, and here's 11/21.
What do cookies mean?
They're like they sound almost, they're like a breadcrumb. It's a piece of information stored on your device that lets you know what time it will be. And we get it on web pages. They're part of the revenue stream from ads and things.
Would that indicate activity?
It would,
Okay.
at least the app was running.
And then is there any activity from 11/22/2022? And then what is the first activity from Tinder on 11/23/2022?
This is local time chat, maybe 9:51 in the morning. 30.
And then there's more activity at 9:52, is that correct?
Yes,
And 9:52 and 9:52, and then we jump to 12:55.
correct.
And what would Grace indicate?
That would be a name of some contact name stored.
And And do you see here at 9:52, does Jason send a message on Tinder?
He does. It says like, so I guess we're dating now.
Oh,
And then does Victoria say something at
Yeah.
21:50?
He does. So that's the contact in the morning. And then this would be at 9:50 at night. So that's the thing that you
run, girl.
not really question mark why is that, but that's fine.
I did. Okay, apparently at one point, Mr. Hamilton, I mentioned Twitter for clarity. This is Tinder, correct?
Correct. It's we are.
And now we're gonna go to a zoomed in shot of the bottom of the original page, the Tinder page.
Yes.
This is now 11:28,
Correct.
and is Mr. Chen reaching out to Sarah and asking her what's going on?
He is.
For these notifications, the notifications from 11/23/2022, were those after Miss Pace's phone had sent a location to another phone?
Yes.
What about the Truist messages and the bank messages? Were those after the PIN
They were.
was sent to someone?
Her pin was at 2 a.m. and these are 9 a.m. All the way down through, we get down to 9, almost 10 o'clock at night.
All right. Lastly, I'm gonna ask that you look through these records. I'm sorry, I need to show you to defense counsel. I apologize.
So he tried to get access to her money, and how many girls did he hit up on Tinder the next day? Oh my God. They need to put him under the jail. I would say premeditated is not a stretch. He did it in self-defense, but then the next day tried to get her money and started hitting up other girls? Sure. Oh my God.
Can you review those records for me?
The Corey Porter now reminds me of Edith Bunker. I want our
Do
Carol
you
to do
recognize
that.
those?
Yes, ma'am, they're from Celebrate, Jason Chen's cell phone. They're messages.
Would that have been discovered through the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
It is.
And did you review those messages?
I did.
Are those text messages?
Yes, they're called iMessages. So there's a distinction.
Sure.
Text messages are sent to a different path of data, but iMessages are just internet. So you can't read what they're in the air, but, yeah, so this is specific to an Apple phone. It's called iMessage.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be submitted as collective exhibit 221. I'll staple it.
Okay, just
What a creep. says they were smoking. No smell, no paraphernalia except for one bong. No corkscrew. Judy, you did say you saw some alcohol bottles. No alcohol system. Unalived while already in the fetal position. I think that the state has proved their case. I think what we just heard has convinced me that this was premeditated. Because even if it wasn't self-defense, even if it was like you got in a fight and it was like crime of passion type of a thing, you're not going to try to break into her bank account and then be hitting up girls on Tinder the next day.
Okay, I believe that's exhibit 220, 221, I apologize.
Some of those statements.
I think they got a budding serial killer, I think.
Do these records indicate text messages on Mr. Chen's phone from a certain time period?
They do.
What's that time period?
That was started, that was 23.
Do they go, briefly into 11:25? Okay. So we're gonna start here, these are, from 11:24. Can you tell the jury, who these messages would be from?
Yeah, if there's a contact stored in the phone, it'll put the name in. If there's no contact, it'll just have the phone number. So when you see both the number and the name, that's somebody that was stored in the phone. So like in this case, it says it was name interfaces. There's some other numbers that have no name by them, so it's somebody that's not stored in his contacts. So it keeps a record of the number, but you gotta put the name in your stuff.
Now, so these are coming to Jason's phone, is that correct?
Yes, so over here, it'll take red.
That means that they're to him and not from him, is that correct?
Yes.
And does this mean anything to you? We're gonna place search, and also, well, first of all, can you tell the jury why we see multiple of the same text message?
Those are group messages where you take 4 or 5 people and send one message to all of them at once.
And it's gonna show up here multiple times.
It does.
So that's not actually 5 messages of you guys running for Warzone, it's just one message sent to 5 people.
Yeah, and if you notice, sometimes there are blocks of 5 at the same time, so,
Okay,
and 5 numbers, so,
and for group messages, we would continue to see that.
yes.
Does this mean anything to you guys running?
That would be 11:56 p.m. on the 23rd, and then the dates are getting higher. Yes, that's what, 3.5 minutes, means 40-some seconds before midnight on the 23rd.
In the next page, again, we're going reverse chronology. Now, what does that green mean?
That is for the Android.
But I'm saying now, who are these, who's sending these messages?
Oh, Jason is,
And do we know that based on this,
Yes.
but also the position of the text?
yes, it's this, it's got a red.
And these are on 11/23/2022.
Yes, and I believe actually that phone was on several times, so. Yeah.
And half an hour in which way?
It's earlier, so it's actually
106,
106, yes.
106
Chattanooga,
on,
if we go with Chattanooga.
okay, on the 24th, but late night on the 23rd, early morning hours of the 24th.
Yes.
Okay.
This is off Nashville time in this.
And right here, when you get down to 22, that is the late night on the 23rd, is that correct?
Yes, that actually did. So that'd be 11:30 tonight.
Okay, and is your opinion still that they're, speaking of gaming, is what you said, which would be video games?
Yes, ma'am, I believe it is.
Is 11:23 at approximately midnight, is that after 11:23 at 2:15 in the morning?
No, that's prior to.
No, I'm
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry, on the 23rd, yes, it is.
11:23 at 2:15 a.m. is before this, is that correct?
Correct. That's 20 hours.
And from 6 p.m. on 11:23, when Mr. Chen left his apartment and went to Sup Creek Road, how much later is this?
That's what, 5-6 hours?
And then they keep going for pages without Mr. Chen responding. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And are these more group messages to Mr. Chen?
They are. I look at the time column because that tells you real quick, there's 4 of them to do that. So yes, there's some frequencies.
Do these messages indicate maybe some video gaming going on?
That looks like the language. I'm not a gamer, but that's would be common.
This is going down chronologically, so we're around 9:30 down here.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there anything, did you see anything else from Mr. Chen from the time, from 11/23/2022?
I don't recall seeing anything else.
You can see here where we get from 11/23 to 11/22.
Right.
That's it for the state judge.
Yes.
Minute break. Back.
Thoughts, comments, anything?
Discuss your testimony in one minute break. Thank you.
not in my yard. It's driving me crazy. Let's see if anything else exciting is happening. How long is this break? 15 minutes? One of the SpaceX, what are they called? Rockets, exploded on rear entry. It disassembled on re-entry. It was um, unmanned, however, so that's good. Let's see if I can find something about. I hate this time of day. Even with the lights on, it's super dark. Overhead light didn't really make that much of a difference either. Um, I can't find anything about the SpaceX thing. I found this. Like 3 minutes long.
Barrett tell us what he told you about how they became roommates. Xavier?
Got their rooming plans at UTC. All of his friends, Ryan Barrett, all of his friends, they were set to have their rooms together and everything, but one of their friends backed out. So that's when they say UTC Housing placed Jason Chen inside of their dorm. Now, Barrett says initially their freshman year, everything was cool, which is why they moved to this apartment you see behind me here on top of Mr. Burrito Grill on MLK Boulevard. He says everything initially was fine. And then that's when things started to turn sour when they moved into this apartment, and he felt like he had to sleep with one eye open.
It just kind of became a situation that anytime I wasn't there, he was going to my room, going through my things. So a lot of arguments started delving from that.
Ryan Barrett, a graduate of UTC, says Jason Chen was someone he considered a friend. He says since freshman year, they would hang out just like brothers.
He was just kind of a quiet, pretty funny guy. Never thought anything of the two were married.
He says they even got jobs together at Buff City Soap in Hickson. And for the first couple of months, everything was okay. But after Barrett was promoted to manager, he says Chen's behavior changed.
Just kind of hiding in his room more, avoiding all of our friends.
But the tipping point of their friendship came when Barrett says got him fired from his job.
But you'd never expect the person you've been living with for a year and a half and you're splitting rent to actually do all that things to you to try to hurt you like that.
And Barrett says Chen would avoid his questions when pressed on his actions.
We never got a true answer. We always asked him. He just kept saying, you guys are just fake.
He says living with Chen has greatly impacted him.
I mean, it still takes me a lot to even trust people these days because now I'm like, what are you doing behind my back?
Barrett says, even given his experience, he says it's still shocking to see Chen in the courtroom where he's accused of murder.
They did all those hurtful things to me, but I would never expect them to take the life of somebody's daughter.
Now, just 7 months after their lease ended here, Barrett tells me he found out that's when Chen was accused of stabbing Jasmine Pace at least 60 times. And he says after that, a week-long manhunt was on for Jason Chen. And he says he was horrified during that time because he didn't know if he would be next. Now, he says he's hoping now that Jason Chen is on trial, the jury will do what they have to do so that no other family or person will have to go through what Jasmine Pace's family is going through right now. We also reached out to Jason Chen's defense attorney to comment on any of these allegations that his former roommate alleged in this story. And at this time, he says they have no comment. Tonight, we're live in Hamilton County. I'm Xavier Harris, Local 3 News.
Wow. Yeah, you don't just wake up one morning and do that. This guy's not normal. Yay about the Lincoln Rally Act. I'm trying to put it on the screen, but it's the afternoon and StreamYard. There it is. StreamYard doesn't like to work in the afternoon. So the House passed it, Senate passed it. Now what happens? That was high school. That was a long time ago. Somebody in Ada K's chat said something about the picture wall, and I forgot what she That's just what it is. For anybody watching that doesn't know, this channel started originally as a true crime / criminal minds channel, because I watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and I found LawTube, and I saw all of these YouTubers, and I said, I want to be a YouTuber, but I don't have anything that I want to talk about. And then I remembered something I had always wanted to do, which was go through every episode of Criminal Minds and research every real true crime they ever talked about. And I decided I could do that. And I could do it on YouTube, and everybody could do it with me. And so that's how I got started. And I just did videos. So I've been doing this for over 2 years now. And apparently my idea was not as good as I thought it was. But now that I'm live streaming, people are starting to notice me. So maybe if I had started doing this from the beginning. But my deal was, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have any legal training. I don't know anything about this kind of stuff. And then, people were like, but do you know how many people with no law experience is live streaming legal stuff? And I was like, oh, really? But I literally started doing this because Alita Legal Bites, because I always watched trials with her, and then I did my true crime videos. And I was one of her mods, and then she got very heavily pregnant and didn't want to live stream. I think she was afraid she'd go into labor during a live stream. So she had started doing like some of Ashley Benefield's hearings and things. And then when the trial came around, she didn't want to do it because she was in like 3rd trimester. So that was my first trial, and that's how I got started doing the live streaming. And I love it. I still like making my videos too. I like editing. I like finding pictures and little like funny memes and GIFs and stuff like that, and sounds. I like to edit, which some people hate to do, but to me that's my favorite part, and you don't get to edit in a live stream. You just get to sit here and let things happen and hope nothing goes wrong, which used to really bother me when things went wrong. But it doesn't bother me anymore. I'm just like, sorry. Oopsie. I used to get super nervous. I don't even get nervous anymore. I'm just like, what? I'm sitting in my dining room in front of my computer. What's to get nervous? Watch me at your own risk. I still want to know where all that jewelry came from in that red box that they found in his room. Why did nobody ask him or mention it or test it or Like I said, I've watched too many episodes. It's not normal for a 24-year-old male to have that much female jewelry with all those diamonds in it. And this jury is asking such good questions. I'm surprised none of them asked that question. Who did all that jewelry belong to? I don't know. They might have asked it. It might have been one of the questions they decided not to answer as not relevant or something. You guys, it might snow here next week. If it does, it will be the third time in my life that it has snowed in Florida. It doesn't stick. As soon as it hits the ground, it melts. It snowed in once in the 70s, once in the 80s, and once in the 90s.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, you weren't alive in the 70s. You might not have been alive when it snowed in the 80s.
And if you could let the jurors know the second portion, so maybe a minute before we do that. Yes, Your Honor.
I don't remember what year that was. You're also way south of me, too. But in the 70s, I lived in Sarasota, and it actually snowed in Sarasota. The other two times we were up here, so it was North Florida.
Any specific text messages that you're wanting to get in, or any specific text message for the sake of judge?
So we're looking to introduce the entirety of the text messages. And the most important thing that the motion states is that it's for non-hearsay purposes. We're trying to establish that Jason Chen had a relationship. This isn't just a one-time thing. And these text messages show the entire relationship between Jasmine and Jason. And so it shows when they were dating, how they would go out. There's not any particular text message that the defense intends to point to, and actually she needed to discuss with Mr.
Why?
Your Honor, the state has multiple positions. First of all, for the record, this came up between the parties on Monday. It was noted that we would object to these messages, and we just received this motion approximately 4.5 minutes ago. So, I've barely had time to review it, but I do know how the state feels about it because number one, it's hearsay. It is the only party opponent in this case would be Jason Chen versus the state of Tennessee. So they are hearsay. For the truth of the matter asserted, the relationship between the defendant and the decedent and the amount of time the defendant and the decedent spent together, that's for the truth of the matter asserted. He cannot point to an actual hearsay exception, such as effect on the listener. There is no hearsay exception in here because they are hearsay. More importantly, the text messages are approximately 200 pages. They go back to 2021 when the two of them first spoke on Bumble. 2021. And then they pick back up in conversation in 2022, approximately April or May, Your Honor. A majority of the text messages cannot have any relevance to this case. Unless there was a text message, which there is not, in which she's threatening the defendant for some reason, none of them not relevant, even though the threshold is low. 2021 messages are not relevant to a homicide that occurred in 2022 in a trial that's in 2025. They are simply not relevant. They are hearsay. They're being used by the defendant. Those are his own statements. That is inadmissible hearsay. Next step, after the court makes a ruling, we believe that there are specific messages that pertain to potentially sexual relations that are inappropriate and further inadmissible. They're prejudicial, they're irrelevant, they're inappropriate, and they're not for the jury to see in a homicide case.
Stepping backwards, I do know that the rape shield law prevents sexual related information about the victim, people other than the defendant. I think that same body case law makes it pretty clear that the relationship between the victim and the defendant is invisible. I don't, unless there's a specification referred to, I think generally that's the law is one.
Your Honor, Rule 412 also doesn't apply to the murder case of the last cases. That's the very first part of it.
A text message from early 2022 about sexual relations between the defendant and the victim are not relevant to a homicide trial in November of 2022.
Well, I'm a little at a loss without knowing the specifics of the text messages to make a determination of whether text messages whether any text message happens to be unfairly prejudicial. So that's one of the criteria that I'm going to look at.
Sure, I can see this.
I can't.
I don't want to hear text messages about their sex life. Why?
Say there's 2,000.
There's 200 pages, Judge. I don't know how many messages there are.
240, but I mean, there's not that much information on each page. So yes, 240 pages, but it's.
So what I don't want, I'm generally leaning towards if there's a specific message that you can point out, Mr. Weiss, that represents what the type of message you want to get in, it might be easier for me to look at it, make sure that while it might meet the criteria you're talking about, it still may be unfairly prejudicial and not meet that threshold.
Your Honor, I've listed all these reasons in this motion, and this is not a written motion that I had to file or write up. This is something that I would have tried to introduce it, someone objected, and we would have been right here
Talking about stuff.
the entirety of the messages are relevant for non-hearsay purposes, and I list up.
Well, let me start by saying this. Let me let you know the way I see things now that might help guide your argument. Generally speaking, I do understand that if one party puts in part of a conversation or a relationship, we can just put in other aspects of the conversation, whether long or short. So I do think that militates towards admission of some of these. I do think that, again, a little at a loss to see which specific message you're talking about. Generally, the way I interpret, say, that whatever the body of the text message happens to be, it's not being taken that way. Literally, whatever the text message is true. But it could be indicative of, as you said, effect on the listener, or just indicative of a relationship. They're saying, let's go to this particular restaurant tonight. Hearsay would, if the party was offering for the fact that they went to that restaurant that night, that would be the truth of the matter certain. If it's just showing that they're going out, they're going to dinner, they're engaged in some type of relationship, that would be a non-hearsay purpose. But again, without looking at the specific text message, I can't say for sure. Again, what I don't want to happen is to let in agree to let in a bunch of text messages. They are truly unfairly prejudicial to one side of it, where the probative value of what you're trying to establish is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
So, just to go over my motion, these messages will show the length and nature of the relationship between the defendant and the decedent, the amount of time the decedent and the defendant spent together, the progression, the dynamics of their relationship, including the imbalance of the infection that I talked about during opening. And then, secondly, the prosecution already introduced these text messages into evidence. So, as the court noted, there is the pool.
I'm with you on the first part.
Okay.
I'm with you on the second part. I just need to know what specific text message you're talking about.
I think you should, respectfully, I think you should go about the other way. I'm trying to introduce these, and I think they're all relevant for the purpose of the statement. If there are specific text messages that the state says they find unfairly prejudicial, I think it's the state that should say these are the messages that we want redacted or are not appropriate. And but that's a good segue to the text messages that are sexual in nature, I guess. But I mean, it's not, well, I wouldn't say it reaches the point of vulgarity or upsetting. So what I would say is that would show proof that the defendant and the decedent had a sexual relationship. They were
Why do we need
dating of some kind, and that needs to be shown that the relationship between the defendant and the decedent is central to the defense's case. So we would like to have the entirety of the text messages to show that, to show this relationship. Lastly, the state's opened the door. They've already had Mr. Hamilton go through the data extraction of how they obtain these messages the same way that we receive them. They've gone through the defendant's Tinder. They've gone through the defendant's iMessages. None of those messages were redacted, even though we talked about relevancy. And so all those came in. So I believe the state has opened the door to allowing these text messages to come in. If their argument is a relevancy, well, then
can we not just assume?
iMessages, when the state uses them, are statements from a party opponent, a well-recognized hearsay exception. Mr. Wise cannot use Mr. Chen's statement in court because it's not a party opponent. So that's slightly different. If we can agree to eliminate the irrelevant text messages, and there's not many of them, but irrelevant text messages regarding sexual activity, and I've only noted 4 or 5 of them, then we'll agree to the text messages coming in. I do not believe that the text messages about sexual activity are relevant to Mr. Weiss's case or the homicide of Jasmine Pace.
Okay, so we're tailoring down the argument. So please show me the sexual messages that we're talking about. I think that's what.
Your Honor, I have them noted. If Your Honor will hold on to those, I'll point them out for you page by page.
May I just mention that I don't intend to ask Mr. Hamilton, tell me about this sexual text message. I don't intend to do that.
No, he intends to tell the jury in closing argument to go back and read all the messages, that they will be in evidence, and we object to them. I will go through them with Mr. Hamilton.
All right, let's see the messages.
On page, these pages are strange, Judge, on page 3360.
If you can refer to, you said 3360.
Got some
didn't follow that case, so I don't even know what they said about him. I don't even know anything about it.
I read it. Okay.
I'm looking for this.
I just, like I said with the medical examiner, her mom sitting there listening to all this. No parent wants to hear about their child's sexual activity, no matter how old they are, especially if the guy they were having sex with killed them. It's not necessary. We get it. They were in a relationship. We know that. She was more into him than he was into her. Okay, we get it. We don't need it spelled out in black and white. He's a player. I think he's a budding serial killer, but that's just me. The way my brain works. I think it was premeditated. I think he has a list of. I think he's hooking up with girls, stealing jewelry, and who knows what all else. This has gotten so boring, everybody has bailed on me. Maybe we do need a little sex, liven it up. Oh, I knew he was suing them for defamation. I just didn't know anything about it. I didn't know what they said about him or anything like that. Well, I'm glad he won. If they said something about him that wasn't true. I mean, especially if it was something that, like, hurt him, it's going to keep hurting him in the future and hurting his career or whatever. I'm so sick of people being able to say whatever they want about somebody, and like The View, they need to take them off the air. They need to be gone. I mean, I get that people have opinions, but they need to quit saying opinions as if they are true. They need to say, this is my opinion, before they say something like that. Just like I keep saying about this guy. It's just me. It's my opinion. My overactive true crime brain. Don't come at me. It's just an opinion. speaking of defamation, I finally watched Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom the other day. Travis and I watched it. He wanted to watch it when it first came out, when it was first on Max. We usually don't go to the theaters. We wait till it comes out on streaming. But I didn't want to watch it. It was too soon. I can't stand Amber Heard. I'm sorry. When I first saw the movie, I didn't even realize she was in it. I didn't know who she was. And when they mentioned it during the trial, I was like, oh, cool. So, during the trial, they were saying, oh, she's going to be killed in the very beginning of the movie. She's only in 30 seconds, whatever. So, we watched it. And she wasn't in it a lot. But she didn't die. She got hurt, and I thought she was going to die. But she didn't. But she didn't do a bad job. She wasn't in a lot of scenes with him, though. They don't have chemistry. That's not necessarily her fault. They just don't have chemistry. But it was a good movie. I liked it better than the first one. And it might have been because she wasn't in it as much. And I don't think it's bad acting on her part. I think they just don't click together. And I think that I don't blame Johnny. I think they shouldn't hire actors because other actors get them hired. They should go by true audition and make sure they have chemistry with the other main actor and everything. But it wasn't that bad. But it kind of makes me mad because they kept saying, oh, well, she's only in it for a little while. She gets killed in the beginning and all this. And then now all the crap with, oh, Johnny Depp's is going to be in Pirates of the Caribbean. And, oh, no, he's not. And it's going to be a girl lead. And, oh, now Disney's rethinking the whole thing. They're not even going to do it. And, oh, Disney said Johnny's coming back. I'm so tired of all the stupid little rumors and nitpicks. And every time something leaks, they change it because they don't. People, just quit talking because you're not going to know anything. And it's like that's what people do. They just talk and talk and talk, and they don't know what they're talking about. And then this happens. They get taken to court and sued. So unless you know exactly what you're talking about, just keep your mouth shut. I'm so tired of people that don't know what they're talking about. Talking. Which is why I didn't want to stream legal stuff without knowing legal stuff. So that's why I make sure everybody knows I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me when I say anything legal because I have no idea if I'm right or not. Well, I thought about doing that one, but it seemed more, I don't know what word. More formal. That might not be the right word, but because it was CNN and it was a defamation trial, it wasn't criminal. Maybe that's why it felt more formal. Does that make any sense at all? I don't know. I just didn't feel like I should touch that one. I wanted to do a murder trial. So you watched that one and this one? I can't do more than one trial at a time. Well, if that one was better than this one, you should have told me. We could have switched. Oh, they're doing it because it's too cold and inside, but I didn't think they were moving inside because it was too cold. I thought they were moving it inside for other reasons. I want to hear this. Because I really don't get. Is he just trying to show that she wasn't as into him as he was, or she was more into him than he was to her? And that gives him a reason to kill her? Come on now. You know what? I don't. But being adversarial with somebody at work and not carrying that over to personal life, because you're working with this person, even though you're adversarial. So the times that you have to work with the person and be nice to each other, yet you're also in situations where you're adversarial.
Showing the relationship between the parties. Unfortunately, these text messages, again, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the non-hearsay purpose of establishing the depth of the relationship.
CNN
And
was
component of domestic related violence, perhaps, that the danger of unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative value of text messages. Be deemed admissible, and then if the parties want to, parties not so, but this point want us to because you do your stuff.
If we spend some more minutes together while we put this together.
You know, I also just realized something.
I would say it's always introduced text messages between the victim and defendant. We know this is different. It's not the state's theory of getting it in, the party opponent. That's for hearsay. It can be taken for the truth matter certain. These text messages are not in the same category, so they cannot be taken for the truth matter certain.
Like the judge has to decide whether or not to be allowed in the trial by what the law says. Like, even if he thinks that they don't really matter and they're not going to move the needle, or like they shouldn't be admitted just because they're like not in good taste, or it shouldn't matter or whatever, he can't say that. If legally they can be introduced, he's got to say okay. See, that also would be hard for me if I was a judge, because I'd be thinking, man, it's stupid for them to introduce these, but legally it's okay, so I gotta let them do it. If I was doing it, I wouldn't do it. The news is reporting due to cold. Sure they are. Of course they are. I doubt that's the whole reason. Might be part of the reason. They can screen attendees better if they have to go through a door. I'm the opposite. I'm a people person. So if someone makes me mad, then I'm getting better. But I try to fix things. I try to do something to get back in the good graces. And that's a personality flaw. But I'm getting better. Getting better.
Alex, please have a seat. All right. Put your name under it.
Yes,
Last
sir.
name, speak across the examination, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton. One thing that you and I share is that I do not do Apple products, so we're gonna slow things down a lot in this case. You're an Android person, PC, correct?
Yes.
Going back to what the general had discussed with you about the cell phone towers, related to the towers that you're relying on, how precise are they for giving you specific locations?
As far as the location of the tower or the location it's estimated?
The location it's estimating.
It actually tells you in there in meters. It can be from 15 meters to 5,000. They're not that precise. They're nowhere near GPS.
So this is general locations only. It's not as accurate as a GPS.
No, but it's not going to show you on the wrong side of town or the wrong,
State.
Yeah, you've got to be in the coverage and you got to be the model. It's got to work out. So it'd be rare that you'd be off more than block or something.
Do you know what the margin of error is for the ranges that are provided in these
I
tests?
do not. This is all provided by the provider, so it's different. They use different algorithms. You would have to get their engineers, but they actually tell you what it is because the size of those circles you saw on the maps, that is there. So it's saying I'm estimating they're in this 500 meter circle or this 15 meter circle. So those circles are drawn to scale by cell phone.
So when you get these records from T-Mobile, for
Yes.
instance, the records that they send to you, does it actually have a disclaimer on there to use caution when relying on them?
Some of them do. I didn't look at these. Some of them do say that.
Typically, it's specifically about law enforcement investigations and prosecution.
It and that's why it's really neat when we find a missing person or a
I don't know what that
is.
I did, but I don't know what it
Yes,
is.
it does, most of them do have a legal disclaimer of some sort to cover themselves.
Now, do you have any data or evidence that definitively shows that Jason Chen returned to his residence after November 24th?
Yes, there's cell records that show him in the North Chattanooga area, but I don't have anything that puts him in 110 Tremont Street.
Yes. So definitively, the answer is no, correct?
No.
We went through days and specific times from the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th, showing cell phone records, correct?
Yes.
And showing Arctic camera, correct?
Correct.
Showing surveillance video of stores, correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't exist after November 24th for Mr. Chen.
No.
Everything is
Well, the
approximations.
cell records still exist, but not the Arctic and
Nothing else.
I didn't see anything in the case file after the last videos, other than the cell records go beyond 24. And the phone download obviously has something.
Right. But other than the cell phone location, which is approximations, there's nothing that you have that substantiates he's in 110 Tremont.
Correct. I can put him on the North Shore within a block or two of it. I would be comfortable with it, but not in the residence.
So I'm rephrasing this a little differently. It's going to sound repetitive, but you're not sitting here today saying definitively that he was in his apartment after November 24th, are you?
No, I'm saying he was in there.
Now, there was Arctic videos that were available. Did you watch any Arctic videos that were from November 24th on to see if Mr. Chen was in the area of Tremont Tavern?
I found no Arctic videos after the 24th.
Let me back up. I just spoke of a restaurant, Tremont Tavern. I did not mean that. Tremont Apartments. You watched no Arctic cameras that showed him near the Tremont Apartments, correct?
Let's start over.
Okay. November 24th
Yes.
forward. Did you watch any Arctic cameras to see if he's in the location of the Tremont Apartments from November 24th forward?
I saw no video available in the case file for the 24th forward. So no, the answer is no, I did not look at anything beyond that.
Any ring camera footage that you were provided that showed him entering or exiting the apartment November
No,
24th forward?
I found none.
Now, Celebrite is something that's been discussed here
Yes.
a lot, not just through you. What is that?
It's a forensic tool that's made, it's out of Israel. And as I discussed earlier, it's actually originally made for transferring cell phone data from one phone to another. But it's
Like
a
at Verizon,
forensic.
you use that analogy, correct?
Yes, they actually had the same tool I had for forensic, just had different software, but it's software and hardware that's designed and engineered to extract information from phones and then put it in a readable format. But many vendors do that. That's just,
Is it something that's pretty accepted in the forensic community?
it's 100% accepted, yes.
How long have you used,
Since they,
which were they?
because I started doing this stuff in 2002 and it wasn't available. We started out with suitcases full of cables because they made a different cable for every phone. I literally had suitcases of cables. So I've been doing this since it started.
Is there a specific feature that makes Cellbrite more reliable when extracting text messages than other programs?
I liked them. They've been at it longer than a lot of people and they have a really good product. And it takes a lot of engineering behind it. They have to reverse engineer each cell phone model. So whatever you're carrying right now may not be in the list yet if it's something. They have to buy it, spend months of reverse engineering everything in that phone. So they spend probably hundreds of millions of dollars.
Androids last forever, mine's pretty old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know what I'm saying? They have, every phone's different, so they have to build a tool for that phone. And the big players in that game have to have a lot of money. It's a very expensive product.
Now, when, in this case, who all's phone has had an extraction done on it?
The only one I looked at was Jason Chen's, and I asked them, and they didn't find the phone that belonged to Jasmine Pace.
Just a SIM card,
But
is
I'm
your
not-
understanding?
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the outside, kind of like you. I was brought in and looking at the evidence that's in the folders.
Okay.
So
So
that's
Jared-
all I know about is Jason's.
And I know that the general had asked questions earlier, and she was talking to you about a SIM card and then a phone.
Yes.
The phone is actually what Celebrite is plugged into, correct? Or
No, SIM card.
the
was.
SIM card is?
You can do the SIM card by itself, run with the SIM in it, or the phone by itself.
Okay.
The operator.
So we know that we have a SIM card that we believe is Jasmine's, correct?
I can guarantee it's hers.
Okay.
That's what all those numbers show. There's none other one in the world with those numbers.
But you've not reviewed any kind of extraction from her SIM card.
Extraction of her SIM card found a number. The screenshot you saw compared Verizon with Celebrite. So that is,
So
yes,
maybe
I
I
have
just
reviewed it.
misunderstood what you said. I asked, had you seen any extractions other than Jason Chen's, and you said just Jason Chen. Was
You
that?
said phones, I mean, that's not a
Okay.
phone, it's a SIM card.
Now I'm with you. So SIM card for Jasmine, phone
Yes.
for Jason.
Correct.
Those are the only two extractions you're aware
Yes,
of
ma'am,
that you've reviewed.
that's correct.
Now, is there a specific procedure in place that actually,
Yes, they actually have hash codes built into them, so if you alter one period in them, it will change the hash code and you'll know. You can put a spec in a picture and then it will change the whole hash code. So yes, they're internally protected by what's known as hash codes. When they're exported, they're in a zip file and that's hashed, and then that, if you change like any,
and when you say hashed, what do you mean?
it's getting technical, but basically it looks at all the data in there, generates a number. And that number, if anything changes, that number will change.
How would I know if that hash is there?
Hire an expert in cell forensics, I'd say would be the best way. I don't know if you understand, you told me you weren't big techie, but,
You know I'm not a big tech.
so yeah, I'd say you probably need to get some, at least, a lot of computer people know about hash codes.
Okay,
But that's a really big forensic thing because it basically protects, if anything gets corrupted,
you're an expert.
alter, yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything with the hash codes?
No, I didn't. It's a zip file. They're unalterable in their stuff.
Okay.
If you alter a zip file, it won't extract. So I'm pretty comfortable that nobody's messing with it. I don't think you may plan it if or changed or altered. It would be almost impossible.
You just had mentioned the hash codes after I was talking about the integrity, so I didn't know if that was something you had
That's just
done.
one way you can check them, but yeah, they're pretty secure. They've been doing this for a long time.
Now, were you present for the actual extraction of the phone, or did you just review it?
No, ma'am, I just got into it a few weeks ago because we were told not to.
Okay. What is your understanding of what's included in the extraction? We'll start first with Jason's phone.
What do you mean, what's included?
What all was extracted from his phone?
I'd say everything so far I could get, but I couldn't answer that from memory. It's dozens and hundreds of items.
Now, you've talked some on your testimony about some of the things that you've reviewed personally. So did you see anything about iMessages? Did you see iMessages in his extraction?
They are in the PDF version of one song, but I didn't really dig into those.
Any other message forms that you saw?
There's SMS. There's like 2 or 3 categories of messages, and they depend on, I was talking about there's iMessages that are different than text messages. Yeah, there's a whole category for messages.
And when you just said SMS messages, are those text messages?
Those are text messages.
And then iMessages are specific to iPhones?
Yes, we call them text messages, but that's how we do it.
Do you know, based on the SIM card that you received of Jasmine's, what the operating system was she was using on her phone?
Yeah, I didn't receive her card, I just received a report about her
Okay.
card. In the report, it tells you about the card, and then I showed you the path to match that to her records, and in the records, that number up there on that screen tells you what make and model and manufacturer, and then a unique portion to the end, and then they nicely convert it for you right there in the thing. It says iPhone 13. Max. So it's in the Verizon records, it's in the T-Mobile records. And that tells you what make and model. It said his was an XR and it said hers. His, there's a lot more because Cellbrite extracted more information from his phone. But in both provider records, it tells you the make and model of the phone and that electronic serial number. And it's in both records. His obviously
So-
doesn't show up in hers, but hers shows up in his.
I guess my question is, where it says the 13 Pro, I know from what little I know about Apple, if there's usually like an operating systems and it'll say 17 or.
No, so we're getting this from that, remember that IMEI? That's the electronic serial number. That's all that makes it Verizon.
Okay.
Verizon knows from that number, the first few blocks of it tell it what make and model. It doesn't tell it what OS. We get the OS, if you physically have the phone and download it with Cellbrite, you'll get you'll get more than you have one with the ring, but not from Verizon. I didn't see it anywhere in there. We have our SIM card, which doesn't tell you anything about what's in the phone. That's separate. And Verizon knows she's using an iPhone 13 Pro and what its serial number is. That eventually shows up over in Jason's records. But it wouldn't tell you what iOS version.
Is it called iOS, not iOS?
That's
how little I know about this.
I'm kind of that is either physically see it on the phone or you're gonna have to plug into an extract.
Are you familiar enough with Apple's to know if the 13 Pro Max would have been under a certain iOS or iOS?
I have no idea.
Now, there's been specific messages that you've looked at. Did you look at messages outside of iMessages between Jasmine and Jason?
I looked at all the activity in that phone in and around the 23rd, 22nd.
And some of the messages you've testified to or with group messages with people?
So that product actually will give you everything in the phone in chronological order, so you can actually just look at everything at once. Does that make sense?
It does. So based on the training that you have, the experience you have, and then the functionality of Cellbrite, would you feel comfortable testifying that the extracted messages that you review are actually authentic and that they actually how do you look at these? I'll ask a couple questions. And 22. 122 will be the exhibit. 221. 222. Thank you. Do you recognize those documents, Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, they look like Cellbrite. I don't see the like the header page to it. it in a format where you can see them.
Okay, and
Kinda like
without
they read on
telling the
screen.
jury what the messages say, are you able to identify who the sender and receivers are of those text messages that are in front of you?
Yes.
Is it your understanding of what you're reviewing? And I can give you plenty more time, but that those are text messages between Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen.
Spot checker every 100 pages. It appears, yes, ma'am, that appears to be what I'm seeing there, is the messages between Jasmine and Jason Chen.
Your Honor, I would like to have this Exhibit 222 moved into evidence as the true and accurate representation of the iMessages between Jason Chen and Jasmine Pace.
Okay, so admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, there's some additional instructions that come with this particular exhibit. These are text messages between the victim, Jasmine Pace, and the defendant that came from the defendant's phone. Unlike the text messages you heard earlier about that state introduced, where you can use those for the truth of the matter asserted if you wish. These are being introduced for, not for the truth of the matter asserted, for a broader purpose, and that's just to show the length and the nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim's case, the amount of time that the defendant and the victim spent together, and the progression and dynamics of the relationship over time. So again, the distinction, like for example, the text message you saw earlier from that was not safe about the defendant playing video games, you can, if you wish, determine that the defendant was playing video games about to get home. The text messages in this exhibit, the specific exhibit 222, cannot be used for that purpose, but only for the non-hearsay purpose, not for the truth not asserted, but for the relationship issues that I mentioned earlier. Okay? You may continue.
Changing gears slightly, but going back to iPhones, there was some evidence that the state had brought up with you about notifications that were coming through almost simultaneously with your Truist bank account, Capital Bank. Are you aware of what happens when iPhones are reset?
Reset as in restored?
Factory resets, like you had mentioned in your earlier direct?
Yes, if you reset them, they go back to the way they were when they got them from the stores. So you've got to go put a SIM card in, you gotta start over. It may have a SIM card, but it'll go back to the factory.
If you, now with iPhones, they have Apple IDs, correct?
We do.
So if you were resetting a phone and you put in your Apple ID, would that then prompt new messages to come out to change your password or authenticate your logins, or do you know?
I don't use Apple, but there actually was some Apple IDs in that list. And yes, so I'd say there's bank messages, there's, the dinner message, there's some, in that same string, there is Apple ID messages. If you have the access to the phone and know the password of the phone, especially if you've been dating a long time, you would probably know your boyfriend or girlfriend's phone, and you could get in there and get all those messages. Did I answer your question?
You
about
did.
the
You did
flight on the
answer.
phone?
Yes. I was making sure, because I know very little about iPhones, but there's nothing that I haven't discussed with you specifically about that. And not to rehash things repetitively here, but the only extractions you were aware of are related to Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen, correct?
Jasmine's SIM card and Jason's cell phone. Yes, and that's it. That's all I saw.
Are you aware if there was any extraction done on Jasmine's mother, Katrina Pace's phone?
I saw some screenshots that ended up. I know in my report, I believe those are, but no, I saw no physical or No Celebrite or any other product. All I saw was,
Short of you having an extraction, is there any way for you to actually authenticate what that is? To show that the text message was received. Did you see that in Jasmine's extraction?
there's another extraction for Jasmine. Have you seen her? I haven't seen her phone. If we know where it is, it'd be good to do.
Well, her SIM card.
SIM card doesn't have anything in it but your phone number and some serial numbers.
So you aren't aware of anything that actually authenticates that pin drop screenshot that you received?
No, but I doubt it would be really tough to fabricate a latitude, a longitude, a date, a time, and a screen, an LCD screen on a phone. That would be tough.
What if the individual themselves had been at Tremont Tavern? Okay,
It's a good restaurant.
it is a great rate, correct?
It is. It's not far.
So at the Tremont apartment, if individuals had been at Tremont apartments, could they potentially have access to the latitude and longitude of that facility?
Yeah, but there's actually a time on that too, and then there's metadata in that picture that tells me when it was taken. So you would have to fabricate a lot of cool stuff. I could probably use some help in my office if somebody could do that.
Is it possible though, that,
Everything's possible.
but you have not seen an extraction, so there's no way that you can say with certainty that that is an authentic pin drop, correct?
My expert opinion is it's real. It's a good picture, but anything's possible. Somebody could have fabricated that. That's true.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
And
You're right.
She must be
Mr.
hungry.
Hamilton, Ms. Morrison asked you about a factory reset as it related to those bank notifications, and you mentioned an Apple ID notification. In your professional opinion, would those messages have been the result of a factory reset?
no, the reason I know it's factory reset because in the forensic download from Jason Chen's phone, it says it was factory reset. Basically, it was restored from the iCloud, which erases everything in it to where it's unrecoverable. Then you can go pick one of the dates, and I've never done it personally, but you can pick a date and time that you want to restore it to. And it puts off your phone back the way it was, and that's the phone that was downloaded. It was actually a restored phone, so it had been wiped clean, restored back to some date that I don't know, but it tells me that in the forensic tool. But that would affect the messages coming in. That's just your phone number. And even though the SIM card wasn't active at the time.
Understood. And to be clear, because we were asked about this multiple times, you weren't able to do a download on Jasmine Pace's phone because Jasmine Pace's phone was never found.
Yes, ma'am, and I kind of got out of business, so, but the city had those around, and yeah, you gotta have the physical device to download it, and you're not gonna get nearly the information from the provider. You get some clues that we saw here, but the big file stuff's usually in a phone that hasn't been back, wiped out, restored. I can't tell what's in it, but I can tell you that looking at it, there's not nearly what I would expect to see. The restoration doesn't bring everything back.
Okay,
Brings back the important parts.
okay. Based on your knowledge and testimony, who was the last person to know the location of Jasmine Pace's physical phone?
Well, I would assume she sent it, and her mom got it.
No, I'm talking about the physical phone, the last time we
The
saw her
last
phone.
person, my best opinion is Jason Chen, the one where
Well, on 11/25, did you not testify that Mr. Chen's SIM
Oh, I
card
thought you meant when it was on the network.
went, okay, not when it was on the network.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Up through the 28th, he's using it.
Mr. Chen's SIM card is in Ms. Pace's phone.
Yes.
That's the
He's
last
actually
known
using it.
location.
Yes, the last known location is Nolensville, but it was active up through the 28th, on that phone, and then it just goes, the end of the records count. I don't know what happened after that.
Nothing further. Nothing to add.
Does the jury have any questions for Mr. Hamilton?
Who else?
Stupid mic won't unmute. Unmute. This is a part about jury questions that I don't like. It takes too long. Someone said on another channel that there's a squeaky door in the courtroom, and I think that's what we're hearing, Judy, when we hear that squeaky noise. Because yesterday I kept thinking I was hearing Spike, and I would look and he wouldn't be anywhere to be found. So I think there's a squeaky door in the courtroom that sounds like Spike when he squeaks at me. Man, if I'd known feeding them French fries was gonna knock them out like it did, I would have been feeding them French fries every day.
So the tricky question. So I'm going to ask them to face the jury when they answer, please. Is it possible that there are individual iMessages missing or deleted from the conversation?
No sound from court again, or no sound from me? Hang on. Dang it. Hang on, y'all. I'll get it straightened out in a minute. Dang it. Okay.
Mr. Hamilton, the jury has a few questions. So I'm going to ask them to face
All right.
the jury when they answer, please. Is it possible that there are individual iMessages missing or deleted from the conversation log submitted by the defense at Exhibit 22?
The paper printed version that they handed me, there could be pages missing, or I don't know the quality of that. I would need to.
Well, let's just assume for a moment that nothing was physically taken, but that is a complete set that represents the call log.
Yeah, you can, it depends on the make and model of the phone. You can delete some messages and they'll show deleted and that they were there, but not the content. I'm not sure on that exact make and model. I didn't see anything that said that. But we used to see it a lot. It would be able to tell something was deleted and the time and date, but not what was there. So, yes, there could be stuff deleted. I would lean on that.
When Jason Chen's iPhone was recovered from his parents' house in Nolensville, was his SIM card in it?
Yes, the correct SIM card was back in. I could see that it was in service up until 11/28. I don't recall the exact time, maybe afternoon, but there's no more records beyond that because that was the scope of the search warrant. You have to write a search warrant to get these records. They don't just give them to you. And the scope of it showed that was in service using her iPhone, his SIM card up through the 28th. What they recovered and actually processed, the cell phone download was the correct phone from the time of the crime and the correct SIM card back in it. So he put it back together, but he had to restore it from the iCloud. So it had at some point been erased.
I think within that answer, you answered this one, but just for clarity's sake, from the records, can you tell if and when Jason Chen's SIM card was put back in his iPhone?
No, because I don't have, the records would tell us, but they only go to the 28th, and at that point, it's still her phone. But yeah, but I think that was the scope of the warrant that was sent for the date range.
Do you recall any Tinder activity on November the 22nd, 2022 that is associated with Jason Chen from the report you reviewed?
Yes, we actually put that, I don't remember which number it is. Yeah. So there's a little bit, they're mostly cookies and things.
Yes.
Here you go, I'm sorry, I had it 220.
Yeah, so there is some, and what I did was in the timeline, I did a search, and this looks through the whole phone, there's hundreds and hundreds of things, and you can just say, look for Tinder, and it finds it, and so I did see cookies and things, so the app was running, and then you see actual messages. There is cookies, I don't see any actual messages going in and out, like he didn't send any, he didn't receive any on the 20th, but there's some cookies, so the app's running. The 21st, there's a token, it's a cookie. So again, he's not sending messages. The first actual time I see him sending a message, so nothing but the 20th, the 21st, on the 22nd, I see zero activity, doesn't even leave a line. There's no date for the 22nd. The 23rd is when he sends out a message that says, so I guess we're dating now. And then that girl answers back late that evening. So that was, he sent it out at 9:52 our time in the morning on the 23rd, 9:52 a.m. She responds back, ha ha, really, why is that, with a smiley face. She answers him that night at 9:50 our time. But there's a location of that. That's actually GPS. That's the only one I recall for this entire crime time. In his phone had one GPS, and it's from Tinder, and it's at Sontin Tree. And there is no activity on the 22nd at all, and there's cookies, but I don't see any messages going in and out on the 20th. So nothing on the 22nd, cookies on the 21st, and cookies on the 20th. And then he starts communicating with people the morning of the 23rd, and I see it on the 28th is the next one. It jumps 24 to 28.
Yeah, just for the jurors taking notes, can you let them know what exhibit number that is?
Yes, sir. That's exhibit 220. And something to remember, because you'll probably run into more of these. When you see UTC -5, that's having a good time during this 11-November period. I don't think there is any, but if you see UTC 0, you need to subtract 5 from because that's in green.
Are you able to explain why an area is grayed out on the report that's displaying Tinder activity with his number on it? says grayed out, but you just explain what that
Those
is.
lines, those the date, so that over here, you can't hardly see it, but over here's where it says, like 12, 20, or 11, 21, 2022, 11, 23. So those gray bars are actually the date, and it separates that. That's a day, that's a day, that's a day. These might not be a full day because it may be off the screen, but yeah, that's the date bars. That's not the grading information. I was just separating days for you. These are screenshots that program to use, and the files that come off of it will be. These phones have so much data in them now that it's crazy. Some of them are up that terribly.
All right, one of the jurors had a question about the content of the last 10 texts sent from Jason to Jasmine, and the last 10 texts sent from Jasmine to Jason. Another witness will answer that. Were you able to use Jason's phone to determine whether bank accounts linked to apps on his phone record, on his phone, received deposits on or after November 23rd? Basically, did he receive electronic payments in any form from an account linked to Jasmine during that time?
I saw no evidence of that.
So this question asked for, referred to November 23rd. I think it meant November 22nd. So I'm going to read it the 22nd. If I'm wrong, just raise your hand, let me know. Based on the GPS record on Jason Chen's phone on November 22nd, 2022, did he leave his apartment at 110 Tremont Street any time of the day before Jasmine Pace arrived at his apartment? I assume you meant November 22nd because that's when Jasmine Pace arrived at his apartment. Want me to read that again?
No, sir, I think I got the gist of it. So one, just to be clear, the cell stuff we look at is not GPS. GPS is really accurate. It would show exactly. That was the estimated location provided by T-Mobile and Verizon. So they're estimated. They're not. Global positioning systems a whole another thing. That is what is on that Tinder line when he has that 9 o'clock in the evening on the 23rd. There's one GPS, and that is Tinder. That's very accurate. It puts him in the apartment. So there's nothing else in his phone during the time of the 22nd, 3rd, 4th. There's no GPS data in his phone. The cell records they use to map all that are estimated positions and locations and towers. So those are rough estimates and no GPS. But I didn't really look at. I started looking at his stuff at the time she arrives, late on the evening of the 22nd. That's where I started mapping his activity until basically the end of the records I had, which was the 28th. But yeah, so I don't know where he was. We do have some records in there prior to that. You could go back and probably see that. I was mostly interested from the time she arrived and from there forward.
Can you redirect from the stage based on the juror's question?
I just want to clear one thing up, Your Honor. Can I have the projector? Just for clarity for the jurors. Mr. Hamilton, they were asking about that grayed area. You let them know that the grayed area is just the new day. Can you see the date over there to the left?
A little blurry, but yeah, so this just, that shows you that there's 8 items and it's 1123, and then there's 32 and 1128. So that just separates the data sets.
You never,
And when you see over here, that tells you that's a real message, just an instant message. That meant that was outbound, it's from Jason, and there's gonna be content over here, so I guess we're dating now. At the end, it comes back, at 9:50 that night, this Victoria girl answers and says, hi, really, really, hi. By the way, these names have to be manually put in that form, so I don't think they're automatically popped.
you didn't redact anything from this document, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't change anything, did you?
Absolutely not.
Nothing.
I just screenshot a little bit of my screen, and that's where they came from.
Thank you.
Can you recross?
Mr. Hamilton, related to the Tinder app, Jason had the Tinder app on his phone, correct?
I didn't see it, I saw pieces of it.
You saw an extraction report.
Yeah, that had links to Tinder, but most of their cookies, and then there's some instant messages, but I didn't actually see the app, and it's not listed. So,
Now, on the extraction report that the state provided,
yes,
are you saying that you did not see that there were several messages?
I couldn't go into somewhere where it says this is Tinder, and I can look at all the messages. What I did was look through the background, and it pulls anything that's related to Tinder. And recalling that phone has been basically completely erased and then restored back to some point in time. And so I think there's things that aren't all there. But there's remnants of Tinder in there, and it's actually still in use, but I don't see like a category that's called Tinder where I just click on Tinder.
All right, so do you have any information related to,
It tells you what apps are on there, but I didn't personally go. I just did a global search to find everything related to Tinder, so if there's anything in there, it would find it.
I'm just gonna ask you a little different. I guess I'm not asking for it to be admitted. You can just look at this.
Yeah, that's right. Remember now, I haven't had much time to look at this phone because I was told not to look at it because the term. So, yeah, I see.
Hang on just a second.
You're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a few comments that have come out during the testimony about how Mr. Hamilton wasn't allowed to look at things. As you know, we have a lot of out-of-court hearings and determinations about things. Many times it comes to me first before either side gets to look at it fully. That's what it was in this case. The cell phone was something that's very voluminous and had a lot of personal things in it. So before it could be examined fully by Mr. Hamilton, it had to go through my procedure of looking at it. So don't hold anything about Mr. Hamilton's not being able to look at it against either side. It's simply a procedural thing. I just didn't want you to be confused about that. And I think as I was shared, make sure that it was that you didn't have the wrong impression about why Mr. Hamilton was not looking at it until very recently. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna retrieve this from you, just
Yeah.
looking at that.
So,
Is it fair to say that there was an extraction that showed that there was some Tinder activity?
the way I showed them what I showed in that other spreadsheet, it shows the exact same messages, the exact. But that's where you can see that category, but there's hundreds and hundreds of them. The way I did it was did a global search through the whole phone, find everything related to Tinder. So that's prettier, that's the Windows minor in lines, but what I just saw was the same exact messages. So I guess we're dating, and she answers them, and the dates and times match. And now you brought out a ton of other Tinders that I haven't really looked at because I was just looking around the time of the crime. But yep, I agree. That's the same report, different format, different way of looking at it, same data. And more.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Do you have any follow-up questions for Mr. Hamilton? See you one.
Anyone else?
I don't think I have ever watched a trial where they have just left the evidence in a giant, unorganized heap like that in front of the witness box. Look at that mess.
Around what time on November 22nd do you see cookies from the Tinder app on Jason Chen's phone?
It is. Cookie pretty much just tells you the app's running. The one she has actually really readable, but I see a cookie at on the 21st, you said, Junior?
22nd.
Oh, 22nd. There is no activity at all on the 22nd. It jumps from the 21st. It jumps from 10:30 at night on the 21st. It jumps all the way to the 23rd, and there's cookies start showing up at 9:50 p.m. Actually, it's 09:50, so that would be, and then it goes on through the evening. But there is no activity on the 22nd. Not in my search.
Do app notifications create cookies?
They do, they can. Cookies are just little tidbits. They're tracking how often you go somewhere, and we actually do them all the time on computers and apps running. It's all, they make money by knowing what you do, where you go. But yeah, it's just like a breadcrumb trail. So this one shows you, this is because I did a global search, it actually shows you cookies and things that don't show up when you just go under where a header that says Tinder, and it shows all the messages. This shows stuff in the background. So this is probably more thorough than what they were showing me, where it's in. It just looks like a message, like you're looking at iMessages on a phone or text in order. It's not going to show you cookies and things. So this literally shows you more, showing basically what day and times he's doing things. So you're able to do, even though there's literally be millions of items in those phones, you can do a global search for things like Tinder, and it will find everything to do.
Did you review records from Verizon that showed messages, text, or IM involving Jasmine Pace's phone prior to November 22nd, 2022?
I think there is some. I didn't look at them again. I was really focused on starting on the 22nd and going forward. There may be some.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot. It's not like you download the phone.
I think that answers this one, but I'll remind the jurors that you will have the messages back in the jurors so you can review them yourself. Do you recall seeing any messages related to a death in Jasmine Pace's family or similar to that?
I saw one that caught me kind of odd, like I'm sorry or something, but I didn't, it didn't make any sense to me, so I didn't really focus on it.
Any redirect based on what you're asking?
Your Honor, if I can have one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Related to that last question, Mr. Hamilton,
Yes,
this exhibit 290. I'm going to draw your attention to 1122 at 2212.
So 11:22.
Will you keep the pointer there?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if that's the best way to do that.
It might be better if I can track.
Well, it's just so small, I'm not sure how.
You count which line down it is.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Judge. Let's do that. So let's see, 1, 2, 7. 7 lines down on this, on the left side, 7 lines down. Is that 2212?
Yeah, 7 is. Well, you're counting 7, right? So it'd be 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah,
line
it's
number 8,
line-
that's
line
right.
Number 8 is where they had it.
Line number 8, okay. And then, can you see line
Yes.
number 8 there?
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Hey, she's gone. That's what I remember saying. I knew it was something, but I was like, because when I saw it, I thought, oh, that. I don't think it's related. So she's gone. I'm so sorry.
Nothing further.
Are we supposed to be able to read that? What the heck?
We'll show you this exhibit again, 219. We're again going to go 8 lines down, right next to the message that says she's gone.
Right here.
Yes. Who does the phone number 423-883-2527 belong to? Or do you know?
8675309.
I don't know who it is.
Does this show, and I'm asking you to follow from the word, she is gone,
Yes.
over. Does it show that the sender is 664-2024 and that the receiver is 883-2527?
So the originator of this one is 2024.
And from what you've learned in the course of your investigation, is that Jasmine Pace's phone number?
Yes.
Are you aware that Jasmine's grandmother apparently died on the 22nd?
Absolutely never knew that until just this last few minutes.
Knowing that now, is it
Yes.
plausible that Jasmine sent a text message to someone owning 883-2527 saying she's gone?
Yes.
Then on the next line, does it show that that same number who had received the text of she's gone sends a message back to what we know as Jasmine Pace's number saying, I'm so sorry. I understand if everyone needs time, just let me know. We love y'all very much.
Makes sense. Makes perfect
Now that you know
sense.
about grandma,
Yes. That makes good sense.
thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton,
Are you finished, Ms. Morrison?
No.
I thought you said thank you.
Just what about the other?
is all the questions I have.
Mr. Hamilton, just to clarify, because I think I misunderstood the court's question. The text that says she's gone was not between Jasmine and Jason, is that correct?
No, it absolutely wasn't. I thought they were just asking about death or something in the text messages. And that one caught my eye for just a second until I started looking at it, and I thought that's not related.
I apologize, those two messages between Jasmine and someone else?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
Jasmine was telling someone that she's gone.
yes. Like I said, on his face when you're reading messages, that looks funny.
Mayor.
Do you have any further questions for Mr. Hammond? All right, Mr. Hammond?
Thank you.
Joe Cardin, please.
Your Honor, the state would recall Investigator Crawford.
Who? I thought they were resting today. Oh, Crawford, I like it.
Investigator Crawford, let's start with this. Why would your fingerprints be on Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, so I'll say this is the first time in any of my investigations that my things, on November 29th, 2022, I went to Nolensville, Tennessee, in intent to locate Mr. Jason Chen at his residence at 60, or at Ashburn Court, sorry. Upon the execution of the search warrant, originally prior to that, we met at Nolensville Police Department and members from the Williamson County Sheriff's Department to assist with the execution of the search warrant at the residence of Jason Chen's parents. We met up with them. We had tactical instruction on the execution warrant, trying to do the best that was possible to execute that search warrant. So we drove to that location and execution of the search warrant. The plan was to have Williamson County there as well. They decided not to respond. Due to the minimal amount of law enforcement on scene, I assisted with the protective sweep of the residents. We talked about protective sweeps earlier, I think, in some testimony. During the protective sweep, I would like to have gloves on my hands, but due to the unknown nature of that residence, the reasoning for being there, I did not wear the gloves on my hand. During the execution of the search warrant, no matter which was there and the crime that we believed to happen at that point, I did have my firearm outside of my holster in attempt, to make sure it's safe, because unknown people in residence, I wasn't familiar with every person that could potentially be inside that residence to that point. I then began to go around the residence to attempt to make sure no other people were in there other than Jason Chen and his parents. When I was going through the garage area, I don't know if you remember the picture earlier, from the garage area at Ashburn Court, to make sure to be cluttered, and to be thorough and make sure that it's safe. So crime scene investigators, particularly crime scene technicians that responded, are civilians and are not armed. To be able to safely carry out their jobs and duties and feel protected while they're doing so, us as law enforcement officers, we try to make it safe for them so they don't have to feel unsafe. I subsequently went in the garage area to make it safe or clear of any potential residents or parties or any potential people that could contaminate it further. As I was going into the garage, I made my way around the front of the vehicle. There's about less than a foot of space. I do have small legs. It wasn't big enough, and I had big feet. So As I was making way around the front of the vehicle, I had my phone in my right hand. As I was going across, it hit the back of the wall, has a like a little dresser thing there. I fell forward, my left hand hit the front of the vehicle. I actually told the crime scene investigator, if you find prints there, they're mine. At which point later on, I was contacted by Lieutenant Franklin, and he asked to request that I needed to submit updated fingerprints to include a partial palm print, because he believed that possibly my fingers were found in something. At which point I submitted that during the investigation. I was personally fingerprinted / palm printed in this investigation. At which point that was submitted and ultimately confirmed to be my left hand.
Okay, thank you. Also, we recall in Lieutenant Franklin's testimony, prints from a Jim Cooper were located on Jasmine's vehicle. In the course of your investigation, did you learn who Jim Cooper is?
Yes, I did.
And who is Jim Cooper related to Jasmine Pace?
Yes. So taking back the attention to November 26th of 2022, Jasmine Pace's parents used the My Chevy app to attempt to locate their daughter. They took them to the area of Mountain Creek Road, where they ultimately recovered her 2021 Chevy Equinox. Upon arrival, patrol officer was called out. They asked for an investigation to be started, which missing persons were notified. They ultimately know that no investigator responded that night. At which point, the patrol officer instructed that they could tow the vehicle back to their residence. During that process, after the patrol officers left, the family did contact a local locksmith company, which Jim Cooper works at. He did respond, he attempted to get the vehicle. They ultimately decided to tow the car back. Jim Cooper is a locksmith that the parents had contact with after the 26th.
Thank you. Now, you have witnessed questions about the location that was shared with Katrina Bean in the early morning hours of 11/23/2000. And you were the investigator in November 2022 who was investigating this case, is that correct?
In November 27th, I was brought into the investigation of 2022.
Were you present when Katrina Bean scrolled up in her text messages to show you that location drop?
Yes, I was personally present. When she told me about the location drop, I personally requested that we observe those, at which point I actually requested a crime scene investigator come out and document those photographs.
And was that done?
Yes.
And what time was the location shared from Jasmine's phone?
On her phone, it actually had her name as Jazzy with a picture. I verified, I looked at the contact itself, had her click on it, and observed it to be the phone number that we know to be the victim's, the 423-664-2024. Subsequently, I looked at the content of the text message group, at which point I observed a pin drop location that was shared on November 23rd, 2022 at 2:18 a.m.
2:18 a.m. Thank you. You've heard a testimony about a truest bank account. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Receipts, ledgers per se, deposit slips inside of her vehicle. She had multiple things with her name associated.
Thank you. Mr. Chen's apartment. You'll recall that there have been questions asked about the testing of the large piece of carpet. And do you recall what piece of evidence was evidence marker number 6?
Evidence marker 6 was the small carpeted section that was collected just on the edge of the tile area.
Was that carpet sample connected to the large piece of carpet that's been sitting in this courtroom?
Yes. Can
you tell the jury in what room at Mr. Chen's apartment blood spatters down on the walls?
In the area, the bathroom area.
Ms. Morrison entered an exhibit that contained a large amount of text messages between Jasmine and Jason. Have you reviewed those?
Yes,
They were from a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone.
yes, that is correct.
And what year do they go back to?
The earliest for that specific text message group versus the contents of the forensic download go all the way back to, I believe, November 3rd of 2021.
Are you aware of what social media app Ms. Pace and Mr. Chen met on?
I observed a text message that described the app that they met on.
And what was that?
Bumble?
And did it appear after they initially started speaking that they initially had hung out with each other?
There is a short window in the November timeframe of 2021 where conversations were had in terms of text messages. It appears for a few days, they communicate, and that communication completely drops off until late April of 2022.
Okay. You were here for opening statements, weren't you, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, I was.
Have you gone through Mr. Chen and Ms. Pace's text messages from April of 2022 when they began to speak again? Is that your testimony?
Yes,
Have you gone through the messages from that point until the week that Ms. Pace was murdered?
yes, I have.
Were there any arguments?
No,
Any disagreements?
no,
Did the text messages make them seem particularly serious with each other?
no. It appears to be casual conversations. Guess I was liking it to people getting to know each other.
But they did certainly see each other quite a bit between the period of April and November, particularly more towards the end. Is that true?
Correct.
And did it seem to you that she was most often going over to his apartment?
Yes,
Was he asking her to come over?
he did.
In late October, did Mr. Chen invite Ms. Pace to go to Chicago with him?
Yes, he did.
Are there text messages that reflect that?
Yes,
Are they apparent that he had asked her to go to Chicago?
yes,
And do you know if they actually went to Chicago?
yes.
And after they get back from Chicago, anything abnormal about their text messages different from the previous text messages from that trip? Anything different? Any arguments?
No,
Did the correspondence seem the same as it had seemed since April?
yes.
Let's go through some of these messages.
Council's Brooklyn. again, we're getting into details now. Again, not to use them for the truth of the matter asserted. You may hear things like, they perhaps went to Chicago. That's not to be taken as if they actually went to Chicago. It's only to be taken for the purpose of showing that they were talking about it the way that people who are in a relationship talk about things. Okay? You may proceed.
All right, if you can turn to the projector behind you. The top message, is this what you were talking about from November 2021? It looks like that there was communication between the two of them.
Yes, they go back in the forensic extraction, go back further than that.
Sure, this is not the beginning, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but this is the end of that, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. The next message, and let's get this correct, the top one is from Jasmine, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the ones on the left and the darker are all going to be from Jasmine, and the ones on the right are going to be from Jason?
Yes.
Okay. And then when is this text, can you see when that is sent by Jason?
It's April 29th, 2022 at 3:37 p.m.
Why can't see those either?
Since November 2021.
Correct.
Okay. She says, I do have you on my phone. Is it Jason, but how do you know me? He says what?
It says, it looks like, I can't tell if it says, wow, or we matched on Bumble a while ago. Kind of thing.
She says, oh, well, you must be all right if I gave you my number. Would you mind sending me a picture of yourself so I know who I'm speaking with? He laughs at must be all right, right?
Yes,
And then he sends a picture, correct?
that's correct.
And then he asks her what she looks like. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then she sends a photo of her.
Yes, that's correct.
He loves the image. And then he goes straight into the 7 to 8 work for you tonight.
Yes, that's correct.
We're not going to go through all these messages because I'm sure it will happen in the deliberation room, but we're going to go through some of them, okay? Mr. Crawford. So after he says, does 7 to 8 work tonight work for you? She says, what?
I'm busy tonight.
Keep going.
She wanted me to stay with her this weekend.
He says, how about later in the night? She says, staying the night is an all-night thing, but tomorrow during the day I was going to go Rainbow Falls by myself if you'd like me to join. It's a little hike, a little walk. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so now we've picked back up to help the jury here. We're to October now, correct?
Yes, I believe it states text message from Jason outwards on October 10th, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
And that's the month before she was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he says, how's the Chicago update look? How's she look like? She says, let me know by noon, question mark. Plus I said I would get it to you by Monday before you told me you were going to your parents for the next couple of days. I don't want to bother you while you're gone, while you're out there. Yes, my answer is yes. I got it worked out, got my office covered for a while. I'm gone. Mark me as coming with you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then she says, and excited. And he says, yay, got us locked in. I'm so excited. This is going to be so fun.
Is there questions here?
Going over the exhibit that's already in there.
Right, but
I can ask him if he can read every single one, Judge, or I can just read it.
Well, the objection is there's not a question responses. This is already in exhibit, so whether she wants to read them from the jury or have the witness read them or a combination of both, should be fine.
He's the one that wanted them in. What are
She
you
says, yeah, you
doing?
have
Make up your
something
mind.
decided. She says you are serious. Again, we're still on 10-11, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we'll fast forward just a day, but she said, we are doing this. He said, let's go. I can't wait. We're still on 10-11, correct?
That's correct.
Neither of us are 25 yet. How are we planning on getting around? He says we can just call an Uber and everything is completely walkable. She says, okie dokie, I will stay with you then, and perfect if we have time. I want to see an uncle I have out there that I haven't gotten a chance to actually meet. How does that sound? I haven't even told him yet that I will be in the area, and if we don't get free time for me to go, that's okay. And if it comes up, kind of thought, I'm good at walking, have never I Ubered, so glad to have you with me if needed. It's been years since I've taken a trip, and I've never taken one. We're just here with a guy, I'm excited. I'm glad it with you, glad to have been invited. How's your parents going? They glad to have you home. She loves, yes, you silly bunny. Does that mean that he sent it at some point?
Yes, when it states love, it's no different than, depending on what platform you have, obviously, we've identified these as being iMessages. So it's essentially you click on it and you put the little responding emoji, right? So essentially is the way it's going to print out on this report. It doesn't like emojis per se. That's what we're seeing those, the data, we explained in those text messages, just drawing out data. It's going to simply just say loved, and it's indicating that there was a message prior to that, but it's not there anymore, but it still picks up, the extraction still was able to get the loved part, but not the original message that was loved.
He says, yeah, for sure, that'll be cool meeting your uncle for the first time. It's been great being at home. Got to get some family time whenever you get the chance. Share those moments. What about you? We're still on 10-11. She says, I'm glad you're a family man. Loved, I'm glad you're a family man. Wait, I don't know if I can fly anymore. I don't have my passport or been vaccinated. That's Jasmine. He says, they don't check if you're vaccinated anymore. Also, you can fly with just your license instead of passport. All right, in this exchange, we've moved to 10-20, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. She says, oh, and I got you some hand sanitizer, so you don't have to use mine. It smells early, even though I think my scent might linger on you a bit. He loved, oh, and got you some, he loved that text, correct?
That's correct.
He says, I'm going to the airport now. She says, I'll wait for you. He says, are you there right now? She said, about to be back, left the ticket I got earlier at home, so I had to go back. Now I'm here. So she's at the airport. He says, I'm here, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we go to 10-26. She said, let me know if you want to share. And then he loves something about Durban poison. One looks really good. And then it appears that they don't talk for 2 days, right?
Well, the statement before you said, just to clarify, you said he loved it. It would be her loving his.
I apologize. That's right. So since she's loving it, it's something that he sent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then they don't talk for 2 days.
Yes. Per this text message group, they do not talk.
She says, you good? All right. This one, handful of days later, and granted, investigator Crawford, will you verify that I am skipping over some messages?
Yes.
Is there anything unique about the messages that I'm skipping over?
No, there's, I believe, per the extraction, somewhere just under 1,400 messages that were extracted.
Okay. And to your knowledge, based on your review, is there anything that stands out about the messages that I'm skipping over, or is it just conversation?
It's just conversation. The only thing that stands out is we actually see in this one where it says emphasize and like. It's showing the actual liking, the emphasizes I was talking about earlier, but it's not showing the original one that you're doing, which it's not there in your report, meaning it's either deleted or not recovered.
Even though I'm skipping around a bit, are they consistently chatting with one another during this entire time?
Yes.
Is there ever a time where one of them is texting way more than the other one?
No, I would say it's a typical text messaging between two of them.
Okay, so she emphasized something that he had sent, so that was spicy hot chocolate. Now that sounds interesting. Then he liked something she said, which is, oh, and you should go to the Sut Creek Drive this week before all the leaves are really dropped. Do you know what Sut Creek Drive is?
I'm familiar with the area. I can only assume it's a typo. I'm not familiar with the Sun Creek in the Chattanooga region.
Okay, and this is November 1st.
That is November 1st at 11:07 a.m.
And then she says she just got into a car accident on 11/1.
That's correct.
All right. And then in November 1, he says, dang, that's awful, glad you're okay. She says, yeah, me too on the 2nd. The morning of the 2nd at 6:34, she says, yeah, me too. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on 11/3, it doesn't appear they texted anymore on the 2nd. Would you agree?
That's correct.
And then she says, if you try to get a hold of me and I don't respond, I'm not upset or anything, just going to be gone for a bit, and I'm not taking my phone. She says, and you know, I'm really sorry if I missed your birthday. I would have really enjoyed celebrating you. Happy birthday. At 11:51 on 11/3/22.
That's correct.
And then on 11/3, he says, thanks, and oh, where are you going? And she doesn't respond again until 11/7, does she?
Correct.
And she says, just needed a break. And then later in the day, she says, Jason, question mark. And then they don't talk till the next day. He says, hey, sorry, just been tired and a bit sick these few days. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
On November, is that 16th, he says, I don't think I'll be able to make it. There's some things I'll have to get done by the end of month. It's been busy. Hope y'all have fun though. And then she says, oh, good luck getting them done on time. No problem. Just wanted to make sure the invitation was there. We don't know based on this what they were talking about, right? Where he's going to make it or not.
Not based on this. No.
Okay, and then he loved her previous message. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then on 11/18, she loved, thank you, that means a lot, and not yet it come. She loved one of his messages that said that.
That's correct.
Okay. Don't know what that's referring to. And then he laughed at, no, it means I need to be one on the diet and you eating a bit of sweets. He says, update, gym was closed, so I did yoga instead. On 11/18, he says, I'm heading home now. If you want to come over for some fun shower time and cuddles for a bit. She says, oh, nice, just cuddles, maybe shower time. I really haven't been feeling too well. He says, okay, I'll babysit you for a bit. 11/18, I'm almost home if you want to start heading over. She laughed at, okay, I'll babysit you for a bit. And then 11/18, it's 7:18 p.m. She says here. On November, then we move to November 20th. So no conversation between the 18th and the 20th. He texts her and he says, you gave me inspiration to get some donuts today. She says, oh, that left back corner looks good. How are they and where did you get them from? He says, she loves, you gave me the inspiration to get some donuts. She says, it's funny that I had you the inspiration because you gave me mine. 11/20/2022, he says they were so good, got it tasty donuts. I ate the coconut icy chocolate one. 11/20/22, what are you doing this Wednesday, by the way? You'd agree that 11/20/2022 is 2 days before 11/22/2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And what day of the week was 11/22/2023?
It was a Tuesday.
11/23 was a Wednesday?
Correct.
Okay. He says, what are you doing this Wednesday, by the way? look good too. It sounds like you. He says, great, let's get a light workout in and then we'll go out for dinner and drinks. She says, okay, that sounds nice, like a real date. He says, perfect. Anyways, I have to go to the lab and finish some work. Looking forward to Wednesday. She loved that last text. She said, have a good lab and get homework done as well as some sleep. Looking forward to Wednesday. She says, I'm glad you feel it went well. I'm sure you were not overdressed. You always look amazing. She says, I could FaceTime you right now and show you my house. And then she says, well, never mind. I'm leaving before the message is delivering. He says, on 11/21/2022, hey, don't text and drive, LOL. She loved, you can if you want, but I think I like you as my mans. He loved, you can if you want, but I think I like you as my mans. 11/22, she says, are you at the gym yet? He says, yeah, I'm just finishing up now. What's up? She loved, not really ice cream, more like a silent hug, but I just got here and see the fam talk later. Why did we not see that text, Investigator Crawford?
It's simply not there. It's been not recovered / potentially.
Okay, and then it says, she says, my schedule will be touch and go for the next few days, is what the doctor said. So I'll keep you as posted as I am. She says on 11/22 at 4:38, she loved, I'll give you the biggest hug. So he said, I'll give you the biggest hug, and she loved it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on 11/23 at 11:46 a.m., he sends the text with the matcha drink saying, good morning, slept like baby, made myself a matcha.
That's correct.
And then later in the day, which we've already seen, but now we're seeing it in a different version that's been made an exhibit. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Is that right?
That's correct.
And then at some point, randomly on 11/29, he removed a question mark from a previous text that appears to be the text from 2022. Are these their last known communications with one another?
Yes.
Did you see anything about an argument?
No.
Did you see anything that indicated that he was more into her than she was to him? Or vice versa? She was more into him than he was to her?
I did not see anything indicating that she was. The only indication from the beginning is he initiates contact twice during the period of the relationship in terms of when the relationship first began, when you had the few month separation, and then began again in April. After the April timeframe, it seems to be pretty consensual.
And 3 days before he murders her, he's asking her to come over to his apartment on the day he murders her.
Yes.
One second, Your Honor. Nothing, Your Honor.
Cross.
Thanks, sir. Investigator Crawford, let me ask about the bathroom at Jason Chen's apartment. You said that was blood on the wall?
I presumed it to be blood.
Presumed, okay, was it tested?
It was sent for testing, and TBI did not.
So you can't see definitively whether that was blood.
I can't. I'm not a DNA technician.
We just went through a lot of text messages. Have you ever been a 22-year-old girl?
Oh my God.
Me neither. Would you be the best person to decide how a 22-year-old girl thinks?
I did. I'm married, and I've been with a 22-year-old girl, so I know how conversations are had, but I've never been a 22-year-old girl.
So your subjective opinion someone thought they was more into the relationship than the other might be different than someone else's subjective.
Believe in the matter of this case, the only person that would know what she was thinking would be the victim herself.
But anyone, like this jury, could go and read those text messages and then decide for themselves whether what you said in your direct examination is right, or what I said in my opening is right?
That's correct.
And they can do that for themselves.
That's correct.
You said, so we saw a lot of text messages where you saw liking or loving, and you don't see that message previously.
That's correct.
So, and you said either Cellbrite just didn't pick up on it, or didn't, what was the word that you used?
I said the potential probable outcomes that I've observed with my experience with Cellbrite reports. The first, the most common, is deleted. If something is deleted now,
Well, then he should have objected and said speculation rather than get up there and ask the ridiculous question, have you ever been a 22-year-old girl? That was a ridiculous question.
specifically say in the report that if an item has been recovered, such as a text message that was deleted, it was specifically show in that Cellbrite report as a deleted text message that's been recovered. In this specific report, it doesn't note any text messages that were recovered that have been deleted, but it simply, there are no text messages there that should be there in a normal conversation. Now, they could have been potentially not extracted. It's a possibility, but the higher probability is that they have been deleted somehow.
So the non-extracted messages that we can see there, it's only on the messages that are like or love or some type of.
Oh, I agree. I see what you're saying.
Right.
I have Android.
And you know when you go to a message that someone sent you, you can press on the message, right?
That's correct.
And you can put a emoticon or emoji or something on it.
Yes, that's correct.
It only seems like the messages that weren't put out by Cellbrite were the ones that were like, love, or some type of emoji was at. Isn't that fair to say?
I wouldn't say that they weren't put out. I believe the recovery process in Cellbrite is different for those like ones. Like they can be stored slightly different because they are being identified in a different way, having that emoji attached to it. Ones because there also are other, in my observations, there's also text conversations that are being had where it appears someone's having a conversation and having replies, in my observations, to messages with no further context. So I wouldn't say that the like, the emphasize, the love ones are the only ones that are potentially.
So if you only look at these text messages in that view, that would be right. But Jasmine and Jason communicated other ways.
They had phone conversations.
And in those and I'm sure you regularly texted someone after you had a telephone conversation. So that text message might seem random in a text message, but it might be relevant to a recent telephone conversation.
It's possible.
And so in this case, it might be a good idea to cross-reference the cell phone logs, the telephone logs between Jasmine and Jason, right?
Yes, I did.
And the text messages.
Yes.
And the jury can do that too.
Yes.
Sir. Thank you.
Jury, have any questions for Investigator Crawford?
I don't even know why we're talking about that. He obviously wasn't as into her as she was into him because he killed her. Why didn't he just object though? Unless maybe that was his way of making it seem more ridiculous. Because yeah, that made an impression on me. I was super bored until that happened. Maybe that was a strategic move. Because if he had just said objection, speculation, I might have just kept crocheting and just let it go. When he asked him if he'd ever been a 22-year-old girl, it woke me up. Today has been a snore fest, man. But forensic evidence is always boring. I still can't believe they've got all that evidence just jumbled down there in a big mess of a pile. Yeah, it probably was strategy now that I stop and think about it. Yeah, I think it was strategy because it sure as heck woke me up. But I can understand the way he laid out his opening statement. If I was seeing a guy that I had met on a dating app and we were having a thing in his apartment and I got up and went to the kitchen and his phone was in there and I heard the Tinder app or whatever, I don't know because I've never used a dating app, but and I heard the little ding and it was familiar, I would get mad too. Like, why do you still have that app on your phone? Why are you still using it? We're dating now, you know? So I can see a 22-year-old girl getting upset that he's still using the Tinder app. But that doesn't give him the right to stab her 60 times either. Did you not hear me say I just watched the trailer of it and I want to see it? I'd never heard of it before. I watched the trailer and I noticed that Kirsten Vangness from Criminal Minds was in it. I never even heard of the movie, but it sounds really good. I want to watch it now.
One of the jurors asked if questions could be asked of Detective Crawford about previous testimony. Where we are on the trial, this witness was called for the limited purpose for what he's asked on direct. So your question can certainly relate to talk to this time, but they would be outside the scope of any questions beyond that would be outside the scope. So I'm not enforcing on the able to ask any questions about Investigator Crawford's previous testimony. All right, investigator, I want to ask you a couple questions. If you could face the jury when they please. Were the other cell phones and tablets that took from Jason Chen's apartment that were collected from Pace residents submitted for forensic investigation? Again, we're talking about text messages this time around, so we're talking about text messages or conversation on other apps between Jasmine and Jason. So were any tablets the Pace family took from Jason Chen's apartment submitted for forensic investigation?
No, they were not.
Okay. If not, why not?
The items that were taken from Jason Chen's apartment, we have no way of verifying that those items had been in the apartment per se. There's a potential to extract them, decision made not to extract them at the time. We could verify due to other circumstances that some of the items that were taken were collected based on evidence that we had, such as the ID card and credit cards and such. We know that they did cross-reference to be the victim's phone based on the family's description of the phone and the device itself. So they potentially were devices of Jason Chen's, or I don't know.
Do you know if any Arctic footage exists and was reviewed that shows Jasmine Pace visiting Jason Chen's apartment prior to November 22nd, 2022? And there's a specific date here, specifically November 18, 2022.
No. The simple answer is no. Due to the disappearance and multiple contacts that we've had, our family members, friends that had Jasmine Pace, we knew her whereabouts prior to after the 23rd. And simply during the course of investigation, we proved it.
Presenting the state's testimony, and again, I must remind you the admonition not to talk about the case, not to expose the media. With that, I hope you get a good night's rest. See you back tomorrow.
What just happened? Did it skip?
I believe the last exhibit was exhibit 222. Please continue. Therefore, we're making exhibit 223. The letter here wanted to write home. It's a personal letter, but since we do not allow communication once it's been reviewed, both parties have looked at this letter, had no objection to the juror sending it to this wife, basically giving her comfort while she was gone. But for the appellate purposes, we're going to keep it as part of the IDOing. Sealed. Okay.
Yes.
All right, any other matters to take up before we see more?
I just need to understand timing.
I didn't see him excuse the witness, but I heard him excuse the jury. What happened?
At least one more witness, correct?
We don't know, Your Honor. We haven't made that decision. I'll speak with Mr. Weiss about it, but we also would have multiple motions to take up, well, at least one motion to take up after the state rests. So it seems like there would need to be time anyways before a witness can speak.
You could have 9:30 or 10, I think would be fine. Talk to the state and see how long, if they call another witness, how long they anticipate that.
I thought they were going to rest today.
All right, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. It's a recess to 9 a.m.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay, guys, I will see you then. Have a nice night. Bye. I'm gonna go sleep now till tomorrow. This is exhausting me. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.